budget overview here at the Holton in Richmond. We'll start in with an overview from the town manager, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And just for the record, Selectman Mills is joining us remotely, down here on the left. At some point he'll be on. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start by saying that after a very unusual year, it feels very good to be doing something that feels normal, even if we have masks on doing it. The budget workshop is a day that staff certainly prepares for months in anticipation of presenting to the board, looking for board support as the budget makes its way from the draft board to the select board to the fincom and ultimately to town meeting. So the presentation itself this year will be slightly different. We're providing a higher level overview of the budget. You have all of the details in the budgets that were sent out last week, as well as highlights referenced in the budget message itself. So the presentation today will be a little bit higher level than in years past, and the idea is that will provide some time for us toward the end of the day to walk through the proposed capital budget a little earlier than we normally do in the cycle. We'll be joined throughout the day by the department heads who will be happy to answer any follow-up or detailed questions that the board has about the budgets themselves. I'm joined this morning by our finance director, Rodney Conley, to my right. And to his right is the assistant town manager, Jen Breaker. And we'll start with the overview, go into the schools and library, and then proceed into general government from there. And as a reminder, we will need to vote on the budget. We can do that as we go, or we can do that at the end. There's a table of appropriations, are the last 2 pages in the budget books that you received. So we can feel that out as we progress.
Let me just poll the board. Do they want to vote individually or at the end, Maureen?
Sorry, what's that?
Do you want to vote individually on as we go along, or do it at the end of the day?
The end of the day is fine.
Thank you, Bill.
I'd like to have the end of the day, but then we can, if we want to highlight something, we can do it all.
We can, yes.
One time after the presentations were made.
Gardner, is that something?
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just real quickly, I won't spend a lot of time on this slide. This shows you where we are in the budget process. You can see that the process itself started in November, but really earlier than that. I mean, departments are thinking about projects around the clock, around the year, but we really get rolling heading into the holidays, and obviously the third Monday in May is when the budget is put to a vote by the town meeting. This slide summarizes the budget policy that the board adopts each year, typically in December. Despite the fact that we were in the midst of a pandemic, we didn't need to change any of our overarching goals, and I think that that's a testament to the policy itself. It takes a long-range view. It's built on fiscal discipline and conservative assumptions. So despite the fact that we were dealing with a lot of uncertainty, the policy was still appropriate. I'm going to back up a little bit. Moving on to the next slide, here you'll find a summary of the overall budget. I'll make a couple of notes here while we're looking at the high-level overview. We'll be touching on some throughout the day. The first thing I'll point out is at the very bottom of the chart, and that is, I'm not sure what's going on with my microphone. I'm assuming this sounds okay, or somebody would be waving frantically from the side room. So. We have this year, this happens periodically every 5 to 7 years or so, we'll have a 53rd Thursday in a week, in a month, in a year, week, month, year. And what that means, we budget our payroll based on Thursdays, paydays. That is a best practice, that is not a best practice. That is something that going into last year's budget we wanted to move away from, and we were unable to do so. So this happens to be a 53rd week year. So at the bottom of the screen you see what the overall increase would be if not for that 53rd week. So 2.39%. would be the budget if we weren't budgeting for the 53rd week, which is roughly $350,000 as noted in the budget message. The department, I will just say this is also in the message, but the departments did a really good job this year bringing forth budgets that reflected the situation that we find ourselves in. The town, school, and library, the three main sectors, when you look at the average budget increase this year, including salary and wage adjustments, it's 2.08%, accounting for adjusting for the 53rd week. So a full, half a point below the kind of the 2.5 number that we often talk about in these settings. The drivers this year, as you can see on the screen, are the retirement, which is a number that we know going into each year is going to be 78%, as well as Essex Tech. So the two at the bottom account for roughly a third of the new spending this year. I'll go to the next slide. Before we show the revenue highlights, I wanted to touch on another subject that we've talked about quite a bit in the previous months, and that is the erosion that we've seen in some of our local receipts stemming from this pandemic. You can see that we've had to adjust these key numbers have been adjusted down 3 times in the past year. We set our revenue assumptions in January. We had to reduce those in March as the pandemic was starting. They were reduced again in June when we set the budget, and they were adjusted downward one more time in December during the tax rate recap. So year over year, we've reduced our revenue projections by close to $2 million across these key revenue categories. And the impact there is that for every dollar that is not reflected here, so the $1.83 million is essentially being borrowed against next year's free cash certification. And we'll touch on that when we get to the use of free cash as part of this process and some of the strategies that we tried to employ this year to protect against what we're expecting to be a smaller free cash number next year. So that will take us to the next slide, and this slide builds on the last slide. But you can see, and I want to emphasize here, particularly with the local receipts line. So we're showing an increase in motor vehicle and a $50,000 increase in meals, but that is actually an increase from the bottom in December. So it's recouping some of the erosion. It's not an increase in where we were a year ago. So using meals, for example, the budget book shows a plus $50,000 in that revenue line, but we're still down $300,000 from where we were a year ago. And that's good news. It's good news that these are starting to trend in the right direction, we think, based on the public health data that we're looking at and some of the news out of Boston and Washington, but we're still far from where we were a year ago. This is also in the budget message, but just for those watching, property tax represents around 77% of our total revenue in Danvers. That's true in just about every municipality in the Commonwealth, give or take. State aid is a little bit less than 10% of our total revenue, and local receipts is a little bit more than 10% of our total revenue. And the balance of a little less than 3% is made up from other available funds. The increase in the in lieu of taxes is the year 2 phase-in of the electric pilot adjustment that was approved 2 years ago. So it's a 4-year phase-in. The other thing that's reflected there is we are budgeting again for our Beverly-Salem pilot payment for the reservoir. We were in a protracted tax dispute with that body for a number of years. We reached a settlement with them this spring to pay prior pilots, and so we're confident budgeting that number again. So that increase is reflected. It's a combination of both the phased-in increase of the pilot as well as the reinstitution of the payment from the Beverly-Salem Water Board.
Will this be their first payment or the second?
I'm sorry?
After you reach the settlement, did they make a payment? So will this be our first one or our second one from them?
The settlement is around $500,000, so it's almost 5 fiscal years worth of pilots that have been in dispute. So we've settled that. So this will be the first it'll be the first payment. They've paid for many, many years.
Right.
But while it's been in dispute, there have been no payments made.
Thank you.
So we've caught up, and this is putting it back in place moving forward.
Thank you.
Yep. And let's see. I think those are the highlights. The state aid is up 2.14%, and as noted in the budget message, Unassigned or unrestricted general government aid went up 3.5%, and Chapter 70 went up 1.43%. So the blended increase is 2.1% because Chapter 70 makes up a larger portion of our state aid than the unrestricted. A quick snapshot here. You know, when we're putting this budget together every year, these are some of the metrics that we have in mind when we come before you. Each year, our certified free cash becomes the basis, you know, the funding source for a lot of our capital work. That is another goal that we had going into last year's budget. We thought we were going to be able to start shifting that out of free cash and into the levy, which is another best practice that at some point we want to come back and be able to start making that migration, taking pressure off of free cash reliance, and I think next year is going to be a good example of why we want to do that. But we had a strong free cash certification this past December. I will note that was driven in large part by a very mild winter. So we had more than $1.3 million unspent in public works last year. That will certainly not be the case this year. In addition to the revenue lines that we just talked about, we will not have the snow and ice surplus that we had last year, which is another obstacle for us. The second line there shows, you know, coming out of town meeting, our policy since 2016 is to reserve at least 1% of our net operating budget in free cash for unexpected events. And you can see that's been about $1.2 million the last couple of years. The draft budget that you have and that we'll be bringing to town meeting will be leaving slightly more in that policy reserve than normal. And the reason for that is the increase there of roughly $500,000 in terms of the reserve, or what we're leaving behind, is adequate to make our OPEB, or retiree health care cost payment next year, if the free cash number is significantly lower, because that's a key payment to make in the eyes of the rating agencies and also just best practice. The general stabilization is a fund that we have been intentionally increasing in the last few years. The long-term goal is to have that general stabilization fund be our primary savings, so that the majority of our unassigned fund balance will be reflected in the general stabilization instead of in free cash. That's better transparency. I think it's easier for folks to understand. Debt stabilization is one that has been declining by design, and something I failed to mention on the overview slide is that although our debt service in the aggregate is level this year, the general fund portion is actually going up close to 16%. And that is because we're stepping down our use of the debt stabilization fund as planned. So the bottom line number doesn't change, but we're using less of the debt stabilization as we get through the peak from the Smith School. And then the OPEB trust fund, that's the fund that we have a considerable unfunded liability. Chair Bennett asked some questions about that during the audit review. I think close to $200 million is our current unfunded liability. So $10 million clearly pales in comparison, but we're actually in a relatively strong position compared to a lot of municipalities. That's a fund we've been funding for 15 years now, and more aggressively in recent years with the creation of the trust. And just for reference, anyone who wants to see on page Roman numeral 4 of the budget book, you can find a table which offers a snapshot of our compliance with the various financial policies that this board has adopted. And that is the overview at a very high level. So we'll come down from 30,000 feet now and take a closer look as we move through the day.
Thank you, Steve. Let me just see if there's any questions from the board members. And welcome, David.
Thank you, Dan.
Good to see you. Do you have any questions on the overview?
No, thank you, Dan. Okay. Very well presented.
Thank you. Gardner?
I'm all set, thank you.
Bill?
No, I do have one question. Where will the money come from the federal government be reflected in this budget?
We have a slide to talk about that.
Okay.
Yep.
Maureen?
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
I think with that, I will turn it over to our friends from Essex Tech, and I'm happy to do the advancing of the slides if you want to give me a hand signal, or just yell at me.
Welcome, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Please introduce yourself for the folks at home.
It's good to be seen. I'm not quite sure that this is on at this point.
It is.
It is? Okay.
can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Heidi Riccio. I'm the superintendent of Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. We're excited to be here. I believe this is the first time that we've been present at this meeting, and hopefully not the last. We can just advance our slide, please. Thank you. So we thought it would be important for you to look at minimum contribution, because obviously if you were to look at the first slide, it looks like the cost has increased significantly, in fact, one of your largest increases. However, that is directly related to enrollment and not necessarily what you pay as a per pupil. In fact, our per pupil rate for next year has only increased by $19, which we think is extremely important to recognize, which is a 0.1% over last year's. And how did we get there is through a minimum contribution. So at this time, our budget that was approved by our district committee and will go out to the communities is at what we call minimum contribution, which is what the state kind of deems for us and you as our sending communities to minimally contribute to our district in order to cost. So this is how, I don't know if you've already seen this slide. It's something that's really given to us as superintendents as we formulate, and I have Marie Zamorowski here. I don't know if she wants to come up and explain minimum contribution. Certainly she could probably do so in a much better rate, but we know that the formula is quite complicated in when we look at it. So this is a very simplistic way of determining our minimum contribution. And if we could go to the next slide. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. So if we look at this is your budget, and I believe yesterday I dropped off budget books for all of you, so I hope you have them. If not, we have some additional ones. But if you look at above minimum contribution, so we highlighted the two green areas there, and we are at 0 above minimum contribution. And a lot of that is a direct result of competitive grants, careful spending. I have to say Marie Zamorowski is probably the most phenomenal school business administrator in the Commonwealth, but she has really made sure that we can really look at our revenue source and our revenue stream to offset anything that is above minimum. And so then if you look at your per pupil cost increase, and Danvers is in the third line, you're at a 0.1% increase over last year. So last year, the town of Danvers paid $16,911 per pupil cost, and then for next year it'll be $16,892. I'm sorry, flip that. My apologies. Next slide. So what have kind of driven costs up is our enrollment. As you know, when we first opened, our enrollment was a lot less, but that's because we were bringing in 3 smaller schools into one larger district, and financially you would never be able to increase enrollment from 750 students to 1,500 students. So we've gradually done that over time. Danvers is one of our largest sending communities, and we believe that that's also directly related to not only our school being in the town of Danvers, but also that you are one of our largest by population. So that is one of those. We do have Salem Retirement Fund that goes up each year in addition to our teacher retirement fund. We do have impact bargaining going on for a new schedule with our teachers, so obviously there's an impact to that as it relates to finances. And we have the AFSCME bus unit negotiations, which also will have a financial impact. And then, much like you, we were hit significantly with the pandemic because of unemployment, whether it was false claims or claims of unemployment because people had multiple jobs. We actually had a lot of retirees that filed unemployment claims, or people that no longer worked for the district, and that was at a cost to us. And I think that's what we have. We were asked, so I don't know if there's questions or that we can help answer.
Thank you, Doctor. I do have a question.
Sure.
Concerning debt.
Yep. That would probably be best.
When the school was built and the district took on X amount of dollars in debt, remember it says 35 million, I don't know if that's correct or not, 30 years. But did the town pays us a percentage of that debt? Is it based upon a formula from the beginning when the debt was incurred, or does it fluctuate with student enrollment?
So I'll let Marie answer that just because she can probably articulate it better than I can, but.
Welcome, Marie.
Hi there, my name's Marie Zamorowski. I'm the Director of Business Operations at Essex.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Marie Zamorowski, the Director of Business Operations at Essex North Shore. Yes, so basically the debt schedule has been set for the number of years, the 30 years. However, it does fluctuate with enrollment. So as your percentages change out of the total enrollment, it will fluctuate. But our basically debt is pretty much stable over the next, 25 or 30 years that it's set out.
So was it 30-year borrowing?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And how long have you been opened?
We are in year 7.
7 already, okay.
We're already year
Great.
7, yep,
Okay.
yep.
So we'll look forward to this debt number on the sheet changing from year to year based upon our enrollment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Some questions, have any other board members with questions? Down here, Maureen?
No, nothing yet, thank you.
I got a question. Why is the bus unit negotiations a driver of the increase? It was my understanding that regional school districts get reimbursed by the state for bus contracts.
Yeah, but we still have to account for an increase in what those negotiations cost. So there's a small portion of funds that we put aside into the budget for the negotiation process.
You're not keeping within the constraints of the allocation from the state, then you're negotiating away extra money to this union.
No, not necessarily.
I can't hear you, ma'am. You're not close enough to the microphone.
I think it's too high. There we go. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Just mildly, yeah.
Yes, so we have to appropriate for what the cost is going to be of our bus unit. So in that appropriations, we increased it a little bit due to the fact that we are going into negotiations. And we do receive reimbursement for the prior year expenditures on transportation. So if you were to look a little more into the transportation section of our budget, you will see that we will be receiving a good portion of that to fund from the state reimbursement. There's not a very large amount of money that is assessed to the communities for the transportation budget. Is it up there? No, it's not up there. Like if you went back to that assessment in transportation, it's not.
I cannot hear you, ma'am. You're not into the microphone.
I don't know if this is
Please go
on.
back to the previous slide.
Yeah. So you see the line that says transportation assessment to the right of the first green column. The communities are only being assessed $88,000 in total for transportation due to the revenue offsets. So Danvers is being assessed $14,640 in total for transportation costs.
For transportation?
Costs, correct.
What's that, Bill?
Yeah, I'm not happy with it, but I guess.
I don't think we're happy with the budget.
Well, the budget is what it is, and they've got a great program up there, and they're attracting kids out of these public schools phenomenally, like especially Danvers. And that's why our big increase is there, because the numbers from Danvers are going there. But I've had a couple of kids that go there working for me, and they're fantastic students. I think they're doing a great job up there with their overall program. It's just that it shouldn't be impacting us, I don't think, in that way, because when I took a school law course many years ago, it was said that regional school districts got their reimbursement for transportation, and you're offering free transportation for everybody to the school, if I understand, including Danvers residents. And we don't do that in Danvers. We pay people, have the students have, like, I think it's $300, something like that, $180 a person to go to school. But whatever, it's an expense that we have to deal with, I guess.
Bill, I think that the transportation reimbursement for the tech operates the same way like the special ed reimbursement for the town does. So we have to spend this year the true cost, and we'll get 75% of that back the following year. So in a year where the cost is going up, your offset is going to be much less than your actual cost. So if they're going into negotiations this year and the contract is richer, then the following year's reimbursement is going to reflect that. So this might be a year where there's a delta between what they have to budget and what the reimbursement is going to be. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's always typically a year behind.
Yep.
Mhm.
Thank you. Gardner?
Yeah, staying on this slide. I'm trying to, so I'm looking at the numbers of participation and compared to Danvers. So Danvers has 201 students enrollment, and we pay $3,399,000, so $3.4 million. Salem has almost exactly the same student count. They have 198. We have three more. Three more. Yet they pay $800,000 less than we do. How is that reconciled? And then you look at Peabody, who has 100 more than we do,
State.
and they pay just $1 million more than we do. How the numbers don't equate if you try to break it down per pupil. And what is the difference in the cost? Why are we paying 800 more than Salem with the same exact student count?
So that would be a great question for the governor, but if you were to go to the previous slide, that's the formula. And that's how the minimum contribution, or that rate, is calculated, is based on that. So it's property taxes, values. So you take your enrollments per pupil, foundation, local property effort, local income effort, and then that equals, the required local contribution. That is not something that we create. It's actually a formula that is done at the state, and the state has given us what that minimum contribution is. So we don't create the minimum contribution, the state creates it based on the formula that has been presented.
God, no, it's actually based upon ability to pay by the community, based upon the income level, property taxes, et cetera. And it's hard to understand the formula, but that's the formula. Am I correct?
Yes,
So I'm a numbers guy, obviously.
yeah.
Why can't we get a breakdown of the formula? Why can't we understand why we're paying $800,000 more than Salem for exactly the same service, exactly the same response? As a matter of fact, busing for Danvers residents is far cheaper than going outside. So I'm concerned that this is a pass-along. That I would think that the schools should have the wherewithal to know what the calculation is and present it, as opposed to just saying, oh, someone upstream told us what this number is. I don't even know at this point who to ask. I mean, I could ask through you, Mr. Chairman, I could ask the town manager to get the governor's information, but the school isn't trying to get it. The school isn't,
So actually, I'm sorry, so these numbers, much like your Chapter 70 local aid for for Danvers Public Schools, comes from a formula. So Danvers Public Schools does not create Chapter 70 funding. The state gives you that.
Okay. This is
And
based on
so
Chapter
it's a
70,
similar
okay.
concept of that. So there's been talk for years over the formula and what that represents. But that's a legislative situation that really every school district in the Commonwealth, whether it's regional or Danvers, has a formula that is set by the state.
And just one other comment is all this information is available on the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education website. They have the worksheets, the formulas, the calculation is available.
Thank you.
David, any questions?
No, I do want to just say, Dan, that I'm very fond of the Aggies. I was a chairman of the Board of Trustees 30 years ago. I'm very, very high on this particular superintendent. It's always the base concern of my elderly constituency, because I'm old and the people look to me and say, what are we doing? Is that on paper, we are paying more for the Aggie kids than we pay for our children in the Danvers schools. And as Gardner brings up that disparity, let me just talk about language and I'll shut up. The state doesn't give us anything. The state performs an administrative function of allocating funds that are deemed to be educational funds to the various schools and institutions. It's not a gift. It is not a give. It's an allocation, and it's an administrative act. And of course, we have every right to look into that administrative act to question the allocation. It's not, so I just want to, the use of words is always important to me. There's a big difference between giving and allocating. And so that's what happens here, and the allocation has never been comfortable for me. But that's all, and thank you, and Superintendent, thanks for being with us. You know, I respect you and the school so very much.
Thank you.
David, just to make a statement on the per pupil expenses. This print is so small, but I believe per pupil expense at the tech is $16,892. Is that correct?
So that was last year's. If
That's
you look to the
last
column
year's.
to your left, it's $19 more than last year.
$19. Okay, $16,911.
Correct, yes.
Compared to Danvers fiscal year 19's per student expenses was $17,419. So there is, those are similar numbers, but
Thank you, Dan.
we pay more. Thank you. Questions from the audience? Hearing none? Thank you. You have to speak up. I don't have eyes on the side of my head.
I can't do it with this mask on.
I'll keep it on anyways.
Keep it on anyway.
Do we have a second microphone over here? Let's slide.
Which one?
Exit right.
Mark Zubrek, town meeting member, precinct 7. I went through the details of last year and again this year, and Essex Tech has been a reliever school for our school system, because now we have, 201 students attending, and our school budget has not decreased by 201 students. So, as you know, I have always believed in the Essex Tech program, because that's the future for some of our students that are attending it. What do we have, 1,400 or 1,500 students now?
1562, I believe.
15 what?
62?
1562. That's at capacity right now. And I have looked into the programs that are being done at the school. I think they're great because we, in our school system, do not offer any of those programs. So the cost of Essex Tech is being carried by our town at $16,000. And what would happen if we had those same students in our school system, similar to what's going on with St. Mary's and St. John's Prep? This program has always done a good job, and I know I was on the committee when it was first initiated. And the thing is that we need this program. The reason we're getting charged so much for it versus Salem, because we're a town. We tax our residents to the max, and we are considered as a rich town. We need to stop taxing our residents as much, and maybe we'll get more state aid. Now, the problem with the whole situation is that that school has become a very attractive program for the students that want to have a technical education. Technical meaning plumbing, electricians, beauty technicians. So that is an alternative, but what we need to consider is how are we going to reduce our budget to compensate for that? That's my point here. So I'm going to speak to the Danvers school system budget, But right now, I believe this is a program that should remain, and we should attract more people down there because that is the future of our, our young people. Thank you.
Anyone else? Don't? All right. Doctor, thank you for coming today.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much for
Marie,
having us.
You're welcome.
We'll see you at the budget hearing.
Thank you.
Dan, I just want to say that Dr. Riccio and her team have done a fabulous job at the Essex Tech. I know it's costly. Let's hope that Governor Baker can revisit those formulas a little bit more, but like everybody has said, Danvers is a town versus a city. I did have a son that graduated from there. I had 2 out of 3. 2 went to Danvers High School, which is fabulous. Dr. Dana's done a wonderful job, and Dr. Riccio and her team have done a fabulous job. And my son was in the information technology program, and he is now in his first year at UNH for computer science, cybersecurity, and he's repeating some of the information that he's learned from the tech. So hopefully the school can grow, our budget can help them grow, and maybe we can do something with the governor.
Thank you. Let's move, Mr. Town Manager, please move on.
Let me do this for you guys? I'm very good at it.
Welcome, David. Dr. Dana.
Great. Thank you, everyone, and good morning. I'm David Thompson, Chair of the Danvers School Committee, and appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning to present our fiscal year 22 budget proposal, which was developed in conjunction with the town management to ensure that it falls in line with expectations in the overall town budget. We feel it's a fiscally responsible budget, and the request takes the following into account. We budgeted for the in-person return for all students this fall. The majority of the increase goes to contractual obligations. There's only 1 new position in the budget, which is a teacher aide position at Highlands. We are in we're in year 2 of special education plan, utilizing reserved funds from 10 students that moved into the district in fiscal year 20. And there are small increases in non-salary for elementary science and math that prioritize student-centered curriculum to allow for more student engagement. So with that, our proposed budget for fiscal year 22 is $44,763,035, which represents an increase of $1,170,880, which is a 2.69% increase over fiscal year 21. And Dr. Dana has a presentation to go through the details.
Thank you, David.
Sorry, I really screwed up those slides. I didn't know what I was doing. I lied. I'm not very good at it.
That's okay. Mr. Thompson put the overview together, and myself and Keith Taverna will provide some of the details. For putting our budget together, building our budget, it really focuses on the strategic plan. So as we look, we are in the 3rd year of our strategic plan, right in the middle of this. This is what really guides all of our decisions. So it's our core values of caring, quality, commitment, and collaboration. Our strategic plan has 2 major focuses with the student engagement and social emotional learning. This year in particular, this is so important as we come back to our full in-person learning and what our year since March 12th has looked like and the different models of learning. I'm very pleased to announce that the school committee last Monday voted to have all of our elementary students back in full in-person learning on March 29th and for our secondary students on April 5th. I am grateful for the support of our community, from our administrators, our faculty, our staff, our parents, community members, the town management, all working with us, along with our students who have been so resilient. Our core theories and strategic objectives have our safe and supportive learning environment for our students. We want to make sure we have a coherent curriculum and instruction and have our engaged students. So all of this is how our budget priorities come together. The next slide, please. Mr. Thompson highlighted these pieces for us.
In looking at our contractual obligations, we have 4 units. They are all in negotiations at this time. Our enrollment, we have increasing enrollment at the elementary level. Looking at the Smith School as we continue to get ready to open up our new Smith School in the fall. There is a change at the Great Oak, so again, we look at enrollment at every school throughout the year, and then changing student needs, 1 teacher aide at the Highlands Elementary School. Continuing with student engagement as the priority, looking at elementary science as we come back in person full-time, an increase in our special education for out of tuition costs. So at this time, I'd ask Mr. Taverna to add additional detail.
As Dr. Dana said, we have been seeing an enrollment growth at the elementary schools, so you would see that the Smith School is really where we've seen that growth. With the growth of Essex Tech, we have seen a decrease in our high school population, which is why during the FY21 budget, you saw that we decreased 3 high school teachers to account for that decreasing population, and we'll continue to watch that as these larger cohorts of elementary students start to work their way that way. Our contractual obligations, we are under negotiations with all 4 of our major units. So you'll see there is no number there, but there are funds carried in the budget to account for that. Staffing changes, that 1 teacher aide at Highlands, $20,000. Retirements, we do factor in all of our known retirements into the budget. So we see savings of $170,000 for FY22. Special education, a net number of $29,000. You'll see an asterisk at the bottom that it is using that circuit breaker excess revenue savings account in the amount of $224,000. So in FY21, we were able to use $600,000 in one-time cash to help bridge the gap over 2 years from those 10 additional student move-ins we had for out-of-district placements. Our other non-salary, as we talked about, as we focus on student engagement, the elementary science workbooks to help with that curriculum, and then our elementary math enrichment program. We also are restructuring the athletic trainer services. So that used to be a budgeted position with the town, and we paid for the salary, and then obviously the implied cost of benefits, unemployment, and all of those costs were carried on the town side. Employment lines for this upcoming year, we're proposing to do that through a contract with a private vendor, help with some stability with staffing and filling in, and decrease of some of those implied costs would have an increase on our budget. And then transportation, based on our contractual agreement with Salter Transportation, there is an increase each year based on the industrial consumer price index November over November. So you'll see a small increase there based on how the economy has grown. Then if we go to our last page, we just provided a history of what our increases have been over the last 12 years or so, 3.08%. The per pupils in FY18 and 19 per pupil expenditures. The FY20 data has not been released by the Department of Education yet. And again, our proposed total budget for FY22 is a 2.69% increase over FY21.
Gardner, questions?
No, I'm assuming any savings from COVID were offset by increases in expenses. For example, if you didn't spend as much on lunches, you had to hire extra people to cover classroom experience and things of that nature.
We haven't, right? In FY21, it's kind of a big convoluted story as we look at our different federal funds that have come in and deficits in our school lunch program. Definitely is all student meals this year are free, and the margins that come from a state reimbursement compared to what we charge for a lunch are not as large. We have decreases in transportation fees, so a lot of our savings are offset by increases in other areas. And then anything that we do have left at the end of FY21 will be turned back either to free cash as part of positive results from operations, or we'll work with Rodney and the town team about building back up the circuit breaker reserve account that we've dipped into over the past 2 years, that we make sure that's there if we run into future problems again.
And I appreciate and applaud the schools maintaining services to help the community, not just in the education forum, but the lunches and preparing the meals, letting people pick them up on, while the schools were closed and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of social services provided by the schools on top of the educational services, and I appreciate them. Thank you.
David?
Nothing, thank you, Dan.
Nothing, thank you. Maureen?
Dr. Dana, you've done a great job, you and your team. I do see that a lot of money's being spent into the technology, which is much needed. And then I did see I see it somewhere in the packet? My eyes got tired after reading it, that the enrollment for the Smith School is teachers per student isn't quite, you haven't hired any more teachers for the Smith School with the classroom sizes now. So that's definitely good for our budget. And I think the cost per student, like we know, it's gone up, and you do a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Smith School piece is slowly moving forward. We have our 10-year enrollment projection, so we do see that our elementary age students, that population is growing for the town of Danvers. So we will continue to see, but it's been incremental. So starting with an additional kindergarten class, moving into first grade, second grade, third grade to this year. But we will start the school. It will not be full as we begin using our new building in September.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bill?
I just want to thank Dr. Dana, Keith, and David for getting this budget to us on time so we could look at it. I know it's rather complex for many people. I do have familiarity with it over the years, and he's done a good job in keeping the costs in constraint, I believe. I just can't believe how difficult this past year has been, and I have a great empathetic feeling towards the teachers and the administrators and how they had to deal with what we've gone through over the past year. Thank you very much for your hard work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Keith, if I may, the state had a grant, COVID prevention funds of some $138,000, of which 50% was given in February. The other 50% will come in April. What will those funds be used for?
So about $80,000 of that was used for our initial bringing back grades 2 and 3. So as you know, last Monday we voted to bring everybody back at less than 6 feet. Towards the beginning of March, the school committee voted to bring back second and third grade, keeping the 6 feet of distancing. So we had to add long-term substitutes for the rest of the year to allow that to happen. So some funds went to that, and then as well to curriculum material, and then to an employee testing, COVID testing program that will run until April vacation.
So was that unexpected funds?
Yes, those are not anticipated funds. That's what actually allowed us to bring back grades 2 and 3 at the time when we did it.
And again, that's probably a state formula to determine how much the town of Danvers got versus the other 350 communities?
And it is largely based on aggregate wealth. So the state calculates an ability to pay, which is how they calculate Chapter 70 as well. So you'll notice typically, the Salem and Peabody will end up with larger allotments than we will. And it's the same for Title I, which is the same funding formula they used for this money based on the federal entitlement dollars that we get each year.
Well, let's hope that this new bill that the feds pass, we get some more funding for the schools. I think that would be much appreciated. Anything else from the audience? Mark. That will be next. I defer to age.
Okay, this is more of a general overview. I reviewed the budget in detail. I mean, there is nothing major on it except carrying on the same as we had in the past, except for one line item, management reserve, $1.1 million. Everything else seems to be in line. However, I have questions in regards to how much grant money has the school department received in support of this COVID stuff, any other grants, because I'm looking at the town manager's report, and I'm looking in here, and it says that the cost of education for this town is $82 million. And we've always had the issues that the school committee controlled portion of the budget is like half of what, the town actually pays. So I went through and looked at the details, and it's $82 million. It's a heck of a lot more than the taxes that we pay as a whole town. So my question is, what are the other grants that are being incorporated without showing up on the budget?
So I would defer to Mr. Conley about the total amount being spent on education. $82 million seems like it's a high number in my opinion versus how we calculate that, and we could definitely get you that or refer to the page. I'll tell you that in page E5 of our budget presentation, all of the grants that we receive are outlined. So we receive $2.8 million in grants for FY21. So that is on page E5 of the budget.
Total.
Yes.
That's over and above the 43 million, whatever else was in.
Yes, and it's anything from private grants we've applied for to entitlement grants from the federal government to state grants to our Danvers Cares program. It's a comprehensive list.
Well, thank you. So I still have the question raised. I mean, I'm looking at the report that we just received. This is as of June 30th, 2020, and it states in there $82 million. Does anybody have an
Mr.
answer
Chairman?
for that?
Yes.
May I ask Mr. Zubrick what page he's referring to in the CAFR, in the annual report?
This is the annual report.
What page are you referring to, Mr. Zubrick?
June 30th, 2020.
Page.
What page
What
number?
page?
Sure, thank you.
Oh,
While he's looking that up, I would just note on page 20 of the budget, in the 21 budget, because the formula hasn't been prepared yet for 22, you'll see we report our education cost to the state in the format that they request, and the number is $65 million. That includes the cost that the town spends to maintain the buildings. It also includes the Essex Tech assessment as part of that formula. I suspect Mr. Zubrick is including debt service in the number coming out of the financial report, but we can confirm that in a moment.
Which is all reported through the end of the year financial report, so to try to make it apples to apples across other districts, which is 51.1% when you do that number of the overall town budget. So it has been stable around 51% for the last number of years.
well, I'll find it, but it's in here, and I even,
That would be my guess, is that it includes debt service, Mr.
Thank you, and
Chairman.
those are the same answers we hear every year, the maintenance, the debt,
Can't hear
et
you.
cetera. Those are the same answers we get every year, Mark. It's part of the maintenance of the buildings, the
oh, I
debt
know that.
structure.
I know what it is.
And the percentage of the budget, according to Keith, is similar to what it has been in the past, the 51-odd%. So at this time, we'll move along. Matthew had a question?
Well, I have another question here. And I just want to raise this issue because I read the budget executive summary. And at that summary, through a cash infusion of $677,000 in FY21 from savings and debt, the general government operating budget, and the use of education reserve accounts, we were able to bridge the budget gap as part of two-year plan. Did this money come, and this is an oversight on town meeting and everything else, because as I read this here, does this money come in from debt or bonds or savings?
Is there an answer, Mr. Mutt?
I'm gonna defer to the finance director.
Mr. Zubrick, if you remember, there was a transfer at town meeting in June of
Oh, I know that.
$600,000. That was from debt service to help with special education. When we made that transfer, we explained at the time that it was due to the timing of borrowing the Smith project. So we had to budget for the full borrowing, but due to the timing of the actual borrowing of the first phase of the Smith School, our full debt service wasn't hitting the budget until '21. So that created a savings in '20, which allowed us to execute the transfer, which is all described in June at the town meeting.
And just to build, that would have otherwise fallen to free cash had it not been, we talked about this as well, we had about $1.5 million, I think $1.5 million special ed mid-year increase. And so as Mr. Taverna said, we bid that off in two pieces, partly at town meeting out of the savings from debt, and then the rest was footnoted there coming out of our circuit breaker for special ed.
Thank you for your question, Mark.
Well, the question is really, did it come from borrowed funds?
No, it did not.
So where did it come from?
So when we approve the debt service budget each year, Mark, we approve a portion of the tax levy to pay for known and projected debt. And as Mr. Conley said, based on the timing of the Smith School, the debt was not issued within the fiscal year, so those funds would have fallen back to free cash if not for the increased special ed costs that we needed to account for.
So it was from free cash, basically.
No, it was from the tax levy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just a question or two about the specific to the Smith School. I really haven't heard a status recently. Was wondering if it's on track from a schedule perspective, if there have been any cost overruns that you're aware of. And then also about the projected enrollment over going out maybe 10 years or so. When the School Board Authority funded this project, they used a formula that kind of tried to guess what the growth would be over time. Are we kind of still seeing those numbers to be accurate for what was presented several years ago? That's just so those are just two questions.
So, thank you. So yes, the Smith School is still on time and on budget to open this September with substantial completion in early summer and really hitting the ground running the day the school gets out to start moving stuff into the new building so they can start to demo the old building to finish all of the site work in the parking lots and all of that. For enrollment, we have consistently seen an increase in our kindergarten enrollment year over year, which is where MSBA forecasted that we would see the growth. I would say in some years it has not quite been to the level that they anticipated, but it has been a growth, and this year was further complicated with our hybrid schedule that we started the year in. We did see a significant number of students either choose to go to private kindergartens that were offering full day, or in some cases homeschooling or deferring their enrollment for a future year. So we're really looking at the enrollments that we're getting in now to start next September to help balance off what we might have seen as a decrease in FY21 in that growth.
Thank you.
Can I just quickly add to that? Keith also provides an update each month at the school committee meeting on the Smith School building. So, more information, if you want to go back and look at those meetings, is there. And I believe there's still a page on the town website for the Smith School building that provides regular updates.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Dana. Keith, David, enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Mr. Town Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, we'll invite the library team up to walk us through their budget.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of Select Board, Town Manager, Assistant Town Manager, Budget Director. My name is Mike Hagan. I'm Chairman of the Board of the Peabody Institute Library Trustees. It's a pleasure to come before you again this year. As you know, our Danvers Library is a center for community and curiosity that strengthens our town by enabling all residents to pursue their interests. The library curates a collection of books, movies, music, magazines, toys, tools, games, musical instruments, museum passes, and more. Hosts hundreds of events each year, including story times, concerts, art shows, lectures, film screenings, and more, all of which are free to attend, provides research assistance and technology training, and through the Danvers Archival Center collects preserves, and makes available material relating to the history and development of the town of Danvers in Essex County. Regarding our budget for fiscal 2022, the library operating budget will provide sufficient operational funding to allow us to provide collections, programs, and services that benefit the Danvers community. The library will use supplemental funds from state aid and the Peabody Trust to purchase materials, support programming, provide professional development opportunities for staff, and enable capital improvements. Additionally, the library will pursue grant and fundraising opportunities and will work with the Friends of the Library who help the library serve Danvers through fundraising and volunteer support. I'll now turn it over to the acting director, Jen McGeorge, for further comments on the budget.
Good morning. As I said, my name is Jennifer McGeorge. I'm the assistant director and currently acting director. Our budget's pretty simple, so I'm going to keep this brief. I know I'll apologize in advance because I know you normally get a very
Speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I want to apologize in advance because I know Alex normally gives you a pretty entertaining budget summary. This isn't quite as interesting, but I will let you know what we did in the past year. As a team, while we were closed, we planned and successfully launched a host of socially distanced, remote, and virtual services. This includes pickup of materials borrowed from our library and libraries around the state and the country, remote research assistance, and tech support and virtual programming. Shortly after we opened in June, we began adding in-person laptop service and in-person collection browsing, which folks hadn't been able to access in about 6 months, so they were very happy to have it. The other big notable achievement is that we expanded our e-library, which includes books, audio, movies, and music, and saw a nearly 75% increase in usage, largely due to the closure, but one that we expect won't recede completely once the COVID pandemic has ended. For 2022, we plan to continue to provide and expand these services while prioritizing the health and safety of the staff and the public. This includes creating a larger in-person browsing collection and making it available to patrons during all hours of operation. We're currently doing it 2 days a week. Continuing to create new ways to engage the community virtually and in person, and adding outdoor programs and services as weather and circumstances allow. And finally, we plan to evaluate the services that have been added this year to determine which ones will stay. A lot of them have been very popular, and we do expect that with the continued skittishness or the fear of a second outbreak, that folks will want to maintain some of these distance programs as well as the in-person ones. So, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Maureen, any questions?
I think you do a great job. I do know a lot of people have commented how successful the e-library, was, how accommodating you were, for allowing people to take out the laptops for the kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill?
I have no comments, just that I think that the library continues to be one of the greatest assets we have in our town and one of the most economical programs that are provided for the community. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Gardner?
Yes, I think you do a fantastic job. It's tough during COVID. I do want to ask, one of the big benefits or one of the efforts that you provide service for is tax time, providing tax forms and information. How are you going to approach that this spring, in the next couple of months?
It's already underway. It began as soon as we received our tax forms. We provide them in the same way that we do the pickup service. Anybody can call up and request forms. If we don't have them in-house, we print them and we leave them outside on the pickup table.
Very good, thank you.
David?
Thank you, Dan. Chairman Hagan's presentation was very articulate and really beautifully descriptive of what our library does for our community. And I thought the acting director's presentation was highly entertaining and competent. And thank you.
We try.
Thank you. So when you were closed, and everything is closed, I got more calls from citizens, when are you going to open up the library? And these are people who didn't have computers, It was amazing. So there is a big demand for your services out there, and we were certainly happy when you were able to open up. And I know that picking up the books from outside, I had some neighbors that have transportation issues, and I went up and picked up their books a number of times and returned them, and that was very efficient, well run, and I'm sure very much appreciated. So, but I do have a question. I want to turn the question to the town manager, because throughout these slides, I see the same thing. Telephone increase requested to cover unexpected annual service fees for recently upgraded system. And rather than put you on the spot, I'm going to ask the town manager or Rodney to explain that now so we don't have to do it again.
One of the things we'll see in IT is that we've been consolidating all of the bills to the IT budget. So you're seeing a couple of notes related to phones. One would be decreases in certain lines where the department that had been paying its bills directly are now being consolidated. This may be unique, and I would actually defer to the finance director if he can offer any more insight into the different notes regarding the phones.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the specific cost of the upgraded system, but yeah, the more town-wide issue is that we're consolidating the bills in IT, which is leading to what is a noticeable increase in the IT telephone budget and minor decreases elsewhere, but that defer again to the.
Well, is this part of the IT, or is this?
This is part of the library budget specifically.
In this
We'll
case,
throw the hot potato back to Jen. I think she has an answer.
yeah, in this case, we upgraded our phone system long before the pandemic, which was actually fortunate. It allowed us to do a lot more than we would have been able to do before. And it came with an unexpected, I think it was a maintenance fee, an annual maintenance fee, that we hadn't budgeted for.
Okay.
So it looks like it went from 2,000 to 2,500, so the $500 increase.
Oh, okay. Not significant. Okay, great.
At the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, we will talk about there's a phone system upgrade proposed in the capital budget for the school. So we have been slowly moving the phone systems over to voice over internet, and at the same time having one department responsible for managing the cost, because we've been able to eliminate a good amount of duplication by having one set of eyes reviewing all of these instead of each department handling its own.
All right, great. Anyone in the audience? Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Mike Hagan,
you very
for
much.
your presentation.
Thank
All
you.
set? Thank you. Well, Mr. Town Manager, we're ahead of schedule. Thank you.
It is, yes, we are ahead of schedule. And so the format you see here for library is generally the format we'll follow throughout the rest of the presentation. So we'll provide sort of the high-level view, pulling out a couple of notes that are, we think, worthy of drilling into, and then follow-up questions we'll have the department heads here. Mr. Henry is sitting behind me. I don't have eyes in the back of my head. I did see him come in. So I think with that, we'll switch. We've made it through the schools and the library, so we'll switch over to general government now, and we'll start with the Department of Land Use and Community Services. So
And for town members, the sheet is page 23.
Thank
If
you.
want to look at the,
And also, we'll be referencing the budget page number as well for those who may be looking along in the draft budget. So in this one, it would be on page 20. Oh, as you just said, 23. Sorry, I think I meant the slide. So a slight change to the PowerPoint that you received over the weekend. We added an FTE box at the bottom of this slide because this is a department that had a lot of things moving around this year, and it's a complicated department in normal times. So we thought that showing the FTE count would be helpful as we talk through this department. So from a high level, the Department of Land Use and Community Services, it's really 6 divisions, 5 of which are budgeted in the land use budget. We vote a bottom line budget for land use, but we do break out each division budget in the book for transparency and so that people can see the cost breakdown. So the 5 divisions that are budgeted within land use are inspectional services, health, planning, senior and social, and veterans. Recreation is the 6th. That is a standalone budget. You could make a good case for that belonging in here as well, but because of the amount of revenue outside of the tax levy that the Recreation Department generates and relies on, we've treated that as a standalone budget. So for now, we'll be focusing on these 5. And one note, so up until this year's budget, health and veterans had been presented as a single budget with the retirement of Peter Morandi last year and the hiring of Kelly Reyes Teixeira as our veteran service officer. We set up veterans as its own budget. He had been wearing both of those hats. So the big changes here, the The large negative number that you see for health is not actually a budget reduction. We broke out veteran services. So the majority of the new veteran services line that you see had previously been part of the health budget. So that's really a shift. As well as what you see in inspectional services, there's the decrease there is related to the increase in planning, and we'll touch on that in the slides to come. But at the bottom of the screen, what I wanted to show is that with all of these moving parts, we're going from 22.4 employees in these service areas to 22.6. It's the equivalent of a 0.25 FTE, and it's translates to I think 9 hours of additional staff time to cover the cost. So I'll dive right into the first of the divisions, which will start to put some of the broad screen here in context. But I think the takeaway, the 4.1%, that's a combination of the COLAs that we're anticipating for collective bargaining, as well as the 53rd week. And that'll be a theme throughout the day, is the 53rd week, because each of these salary lines is artificially inflated by that requirement this year that we will eventually have to fold into the budget on changing the way that we account for the payroll, which is the move we tried to make last year. Yes?
Just to put it in context, so roughly it's a little under 2% is the 53rd week cost for each personnel line.
That's a great yardstick to use. If you imagine those numbers minus 2%, you'd have the actual. So we'll start with inspectional services. As noted in the first bullet here, so we're seeing a decrease in salary and wage, and that's really because the equivalent of an FTE is moving from the inspectional services department up into the planning department, and I'll take just a minute and talk through how that works. So we have, with the retirement of Dave Harris and Rich Maloney, we have 2 current vacancies in that department. We have candidates applying right now. We'll be starting interviews next week for the building inspector position. Once somebody's on board for that, that person will assist with the recruitment of the assistant. We wanted to do it in that order. We're fortunate right now, town meeting member Pete Swindell, who had been one of the assistant building inspectors in Middleton. We reached out to him after Dave's retirement. He agreed to come on board. He'll be with us through the summer. He had a month where he and Rich were working side by side. So there's a lot going on down there. It's obviously more than we need those positions filled, and we're working. We've prioritized those, but Pete's doing a great job, and we'll have him at least through June. But that's the minus 47. There is we took a vacant position, and there was a full-time admin. There were 2 full-time admins in this division, and coming out of it, there will be 1.5. So we have Kathy Archambault is our full-time position. She'll be our full-time position down there. We'll be hiring a part-time admin position to replace the full-time position, and we'll still have the 4 full-time inspectors. And we have a great retiree, Neil Rich, who has been assisting down there with paperwork and processing plans for some time, and he's still with us. So really the takeaway there is we'll have the 4 full-time inspectors, a full-time admin, and a part-time admin. What's going upstairs will be staff support for the ZBA. I had mentioned that in an email to the board, and I believe we discussed it at a meeting as well. The trend in municipal government is that planning and zoning, with the complexity of zoning now, and you think about the hundreds of pages of zoning that we passed at town meeting in February 2020, the planning department is intimately involved in the preparation of that zoning guide. So by having staff overseeing both the ZBA and the planning board, it'll make for better, more consistent decisions, and really kind of synchronize the work in a way that, again, that's the trend that we're seeing. So with the zoning function and coming out of out of inspectional services, that department will really be able to drill in on code enforcement, building safety, inspections, permitting, and the work that never ends here in Danvers. I mean, they're as busy as they've ever been in that department. And that's really it. So it's, the operating side doesn't really change. And that minus 47 is the net. We have COLAs in there and the 53rd week, but the bottom line change is a reduction, and then we'll pivot in a moment and talk about the planning department, and you'll see where we can talk about how those positions are going to function in the new space. So, be happy to take questions or keep moving through this department and then pause.
David, any questions?
No, thank you, Dan. I do watch the inspectional services and planning department pretty closely because that was much a part of my professional work as I was growing old. I think that the current the town manager and Aaron Henry and actually Rich Maloney before he left were doing a great job of kind of bringing our whole system into a more transparent, effective, and efficient way of property owners to know what is required of them and for citizens to understand what changes are being made in their neighborhoods. And I think this is all for the good, and I support them, and I think that the budget seems to be quite correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Gardner?
So not specific about this, but as we get into the discussions, today is about defining budget and services inside the budget, less than about the hierarchy of the departments. Are we discussing hierarchical changes here? Now, I understand shifting a resource who goes to the ZBA meetings and takes copious notes for those under a different management hierarchy, a different structure. Are we talking about widespread structural changes, or is, okay.
No.
All right, fine. Because I think that conversation is going to be coming. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't intermingled with this, that the services, inspectional services, is still its own role. Yes, I do know that they were sending people to ZBA to take copious notes that are important. They need to. What about planning board? Did they have someone who was going to planning board as well? Planning board. The planning board
Yes.
meetings. Okay.
So this department staffs Concom, Historic District Commission, Planning, all of the regulatory boards are staffed, will be staffed. The ZBA had been staffed out of inspection, so Rich would attend the ZBA meetings. Let me make, if it wasn't clear, I just want to make it clear. The building department, inspectional services, is not changing in any way, shape, or form. We will still have a full-time building inspector, an assistant building inspector, a wiring inspector, and a plumbing inspector who will handle all of the permits and inspections for the town of Danvers to make sure that the buildings are safe and that the permits are processed fairly and efficiently. What will migrate, and we'll get into the details on that in the planning, is the zoning component. So when somebody's seeking a variance or a finding in front of the ZBA, that staff support function will now be coming out of the planning department. So you'll have the same staff that are staffing the planning board working with the ZBA, making sure that they're working hand in glove. And I think that's kind of the key change. Structurally, day to day, no change.
All right.
Same number
That's
of
what I
people
want
doing
to
the
hear
same
is,
work.
we're not, in that role, I understand shifting them over to, to a common, it's planning or it's ZBA. And I get that. I just want to make sure we're not talking about any other hierarchical changes.
Nope. And the third piece of that we'll get to in the planning slide.
Okay, thank you. No, I have no questions on this particular one.
Thank you.
My only comment on this department is that with the retirement of Rick Maloney, we've lost one of our best employees, one of the most dedicated people I've seen in the town of Danvers in the 50-odd years that I've been involved. And I'm sorry to see Rich go, because I think he's done a great job for us.
Thank you. Maureen?
I like how, Steve, that you broke down the different divisions. I know that there's been some departments that are being split, like the Joe Collins role, and I like how we see the veteran services. I'm sad to see Rich Maloney leave. I think he was an asset to the town. I wish him luck. I just want to make sure that our citizens can still get the services, and I think we can feel confident about Pete Swindell. I don't know Neil Rich, but I just want to make sure that, the town, that the people can go in, get their building permits, and everything is functioning, the way that it should be. But good luck to Rich Maloney.
Yeah, I think most of us are very sad to see Rich go.
Yeah, thank you, Rich, for what you've done. Thank you.
Okay, move along, please.
Next is public health, and again, the reduction here is really the creation of veteran services. So this is not, we are not slashing our public health budget in the midst of a pandemic. We are simply splitting out the two service areas that had been operating under the same umbrella. So again, the noticeable change here is that Kelly and the other staff supporting vets are now in a standalone budget. We still have the funding here for the health director, the vacant sanitarian position, our full-time public health nurse, and a part-time inspector who supports that work as well. So, the second bullet here that Mr. Conley prepared, we have incurred considerable cost in our public health nurse, function, both through our full-time nurse and others who have assisted us throughout this pandemic with the work that needs to get done. Up until this point, Ronnie's staff, Heather Varney, our town accountant, have done meticulous work documenting those costs and submitting those for reimbursement. So we've been able to get reimbursed for a lot of those additional costs, and there is no request in this budget for increases in any of those part-time or contractual lines, because our assumption is, A, the need is going to start to decline, and B, there will still be a reimbursement structure in place for that. So,
Questions?
Yes, Gardner?
Thank you. Should have asked this at the beginning. When you list FY 2021, are you listing the budget from FY 2021 or the actuals that we know?
that's the budget.
Okay, so on this one, pre-COVID, we budgeted $368,656 for salaries and wages.
So I know where you're going with this, and the issue there is that 368 would have included the veterans function as well. So we're showing you what was in the budget. We're not recreating history.
You're not lessening
No.
the number of public health people.
Nope.
You're shifting the veterans to another budget. Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood.
Rather than manipulate the numbers that were in the budget so that you could see the actual year to year, we left that 368 is what was authorized.
Can I recommend that you add a bullet for the next presentation?
That's a good, yeah.
FinCom that says the reduction in personnel is moving, the veteran services, for clarity.
We can try to make that a little clearer moving forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Go on.
So planning, the planning department is where the flip side of the inspectional services discussion is. So the increase here is where we've used both existing vacancies, mostly existing vacancies, to kind of reimagine the zoning function here. So with the half-time position coming out of inspections and using an existing vacancy, we're creating a full-time regulatory board clerk. This is a person that will staff and do our regulatory boards, making sure that applications are received and processed efficiently, having that all under one umbrella. That function is now currently done sort of bits and pieces, and one of the key benefits of this, beyond streamlining the intake and processing of the applications, is that the senior administrative assistant in land use will now be able to focus more on office management, budget, personnel forms. This is one of our most complicated departments because of the number of contract employees, part-time employees, seasonal help, et cetera. The revenues that comes through the senior social services, recreation, the grants that planning earns. So one of the added benefits of the regulatory board clerk creation using vacancies is that our lead admin person, Alicia Linhan, can spend more of her time helping Aaron manage the office, which I think is going to be a nice benefit. And then the other piece that I had referenced when Select Board Member Trask asked about the hierarchy is that the other function right now, so we think about ZBA, we think about applications coming before the ZBA for everything from location of a shed to major development projects like the residential project over at where the old Econo Lodge is being proposed. So it's the applications before the ZBA run the gamut, but there's also the day-to-day zoning interpretations, questions, setbacks, measurements, et cetera. And that's not a demand that's unique to the Inspectional Services Department. Concom planning gets a lot of those questions too. So the other thing we've done in this budget is we've taken some part-time vacancies and we're creating essentially a planning technician. And this is a person who will be a kind of a boots on the ground with a tape measure that can do a lot of that day-to-day field measurement, assessment. That's one of the major complaints that we get. I've had members of the ZBA say to me, we find, these are not huge things, huge infractions in the grand scheme of things, but we see a sign, we have a question about it. It's really difficult for your building inspector who is doing permits around the clock, or your planning director who is trying to assist with site plan review, to go out and take those measurements. So this is going to be a key position for us in terms of being able to be responsive to complaints, being able to get out in the field and confirm that site plans are in compliance. And it's going to work closely, we think, with the regulatory board clerk, because oftentimes the applications that are coming in are step two. Step one is the complaint that identifies the need to submit the application. So I think it's going to be a good thing in the long run, certainly, and I've been saying this consistently, and as has been mentioned by several board members, it will be bumpy this spring with Dave's retirement and Rich's departure, no question. But again, with Pete in place, and I think with some of these new positions getting filled, hopefully we'll be able to minimize that disruption and get back to providing top-notch service.
So if I may just comment, Steve, over the years, I've noticed many times that our rules and regulations are ignored. Signage is one of them, and others, and there's been a need for enforcement. So I'm happy to hear that you're going to have a planning tech that can look at these violations, if you call them, or discrepancies, whatever. I think that's a good thing, because one thing I like is consistency and playing by the rules. So
I agree.
I look forward to this being an asset to the town.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So I'm struggling a little bit with, I understand the need for the role, no doubt about it. My concern about is the shift out of the inspectional services. ZBA is, so planning board is about the future. What are we planning? What are we doing? Planning and economic development about our vision, where we're going. ZBA is like the police. They enforce what's on the books. Those are the things that are legislatively approved. And I always said ZBA is one of the most difficult boards in this town, because you're being asked by citizens to forego the zoning regulations, which are laws. And so there's always a winner and always a loser when you go to the ZBA. Someone's gonna not walk away unhappy. But that's because they're enforcement, like the police are enforcement. The police don't define the laws, they enforce the laws. So my concern is ZBA, again, and this has bubbled up, and some of these thoughts have formed recently. ZBA is enforcement, inspectional enforcement. Just like the building inspector goes or the plumbing inspector goes and says, did you do it according to the state regulations? Did you follow the right protocols? Did you do the things that you're supposed to do as a plumber properly to make sure it's safe? ZBA is the same thing. The ZBA is saying, yes, we know the law says the setback is 4 feet, I'm making all those numbers up, 4 feet from your sideline, but we understand your request, you're up against wetlands, you're up, whatever the reason you give that we feel is appropriate, within their guidelines, we're gonna allow that. And if someone calls up and says, hey, someone just built a shed right on my property line, that's an inspection and enforcement. That's not a planning and economic development. So I agree on the role, I'm just not seeing that it belongs in planning and economic development. I'm seeing it as an inspectional role inside a future-looking department. That, yeah, they may say, oh, I understand why this keeps coming up at ZBA, and we're working around planning, but it's still enforce the laws that have already been passed, that the town meeting said, yes, this is the law we want, as opposed to going to people who are going to craft new laws later. So I'll tell you that personally, I'm struggling not with the role, but with where it's going to land in the hierarchy. That's part of my reason I asked the hierarchy question.
Sure. So if I could respond to that, just to hopefully help sort of resolve it, is don't get too hung up on where the budget resources are allocated. Building inspectors will continue to identify and report and deal with zoning violations in the field when they're doing their routine inspections. The position that and I think I agree with the concept that the zoning is enforcing the rules on the ground and planning needs to be looking ahead as well, but there's more overlap than there is sort of distinction there, in that a lot of the heavy lift applications that come before the ZBA are looking for legal interpretations of the planning book that the same staff that helped craft the planning book are now going to be advising the ZBA on how to, so the town attorney will still be issuing his or her opinions. It'll be someone like David Fields who will be taking a look at the zoning book. But the day-to-day that you're describing, the planning tech is going to be not the sole enforcement agent, but filling a gap, filling a need. The call comes into the office. We don't have to send our assistant building inspector out, pull them off of another inspection to go do, to measure the shed. We have a position now that can float between zoning, Concom, planning, site, work with the engineering department as needed to be our field person, because that is missing right now. It's been done
And I
through a
agree
team
on
effort,
that.
and I think it's going to, I think once it's established, I think it's going to work very well. I think it's new and it's a little different.
I think having a singular inspectional arm for all of those, ComCon, all the others, perfectly sound and understandable. Get a person or two who are knowledgeable in the language, go out and, is it within wetlands? Is it encroaching on a sideline? I just think that there are hierarchies that don't report to other hierarchies. I think that there's a, you wouldn't have HR reporting to finance. Yeah, that's a different and distinct role, and they should remain separate. If our financial reports up to you, but remain separate, than other functions. And I'm thinking that inspectional services, planning, this is an extension of the inspectional services. This is an extension of the building permits. The building permit was issued, and when it was issued, it had rules and regulations. This role will be, were they met?
So the only subtle comment, just not to repeat myself, but when the building inspector is out confirming that what's on the ground complies with the permit, anything that's identified at that point is going to be noted and handled and fed to the ZBA. But if you pick up the phone and call and say, there's a flashing sign on such and such street, this gives us somebody other than our building inspector who we can dispatch to go deal with that, so that we're not pulling these people constantly off of the work that they're doing.
And I like the role. I think it should be under the inspectional services.
But again,
All right, so
Yeah.
there's a disagreement as to where this person should be, and I think it's a conversation Gardner could have with the manager one-on-one and see if you can come to an agreement. We're more concerned right now with the budget, the dollars. Please
Yeah.
move on.
Dan, I'd like to just make a comment.
On the budget?
Yeah, about this slide here. I understand about the need for the role too. I agree that there is a need. We want more efficiency. We want a cleaner process, kind of streamline things. My concern, we're talking about budget, is an additional spot for an FTE, for that, because it is budget, retirement, benefits, things like that. So to me, I don't know, maybe we can discuss this later, but
I understand, we share that concern, and I think that's why we started with
put the
this slide, is to show that with all of the changes we're describing, there's a net increase of around 9 hours per week, and no, I don't believe any change in benefited position.
Is it a full-time, one FTE, or is it?
But it was we had a benefited position that was vacant.
A benefited position.
So there were no new benefits
So could it be something like a part-time, part-time position? I mean, with technology, we should be able to streamline a lot of this and not.
Well, I think that's true, but a lot of the work that this person would do would be out in the field. And we're not doing, as the chair mentioned, we're not keeping up with enforcement as it is. So by using existing resources, we're not creating any new benefited positions. We're going to be able to identify and hopefully address that current, something that's needed today. But I think, one of the things we're always mindful of is FTEs,
Yes.
the benefits threshold, but there's also an important note, whether a position is benefited or not has a huge impact on the type of candidate that you may be looking for. So if it's a service area that requires a certain number of hours to do, it may not be as simple as to say we'll just divide it in half and hire 2 part-timers, because you might actually get a lot more out of one capable and qualified full-time employee than you would hiring, say, 2 15-hour week positions.
What about a consultant or something like that? Have you thought of that?
No, we do use, all of our departments rely on consulting. Okay. So planning, assessing, everybody has on-call consulting. But for something like this, it's so unique you wouldn't call a consultant in to go do a field inspection in Danvers, because you never know when you're going to need to do that.
No, okay, just thinking.
Yep.
Try to
No,
save
I mean,
us
we-
money, right?
We're on the same page in that regard.
Okay.
This one's very straightforward. The senior center has, I've said to folks, the senior center and library have really been the most impacted by this pandemic because so much of what they do is face-to-face, hand-to-hand. Pam and her staff have done an incredible job trying to continue to offer the services that they can throughout this, and I know that she and her team and Aaron and his team have been thinking about what it's going to look like moving forward when we can slowly start to reopen some of their programs, which are often with at-risk populations. So it's particularly important to be thoughtful about that. The reduction here is actually reversing an increase from 2 years ago. 2 budget cycles ago, we were talking about increasing our very popular cafe program from 3 days a week to 5 days a week at the senior center. That's been closed now for a year. We're actually, right now we're talking about how to get it back to 3 days a week. So we've put to the side the idea of expanding that program, and that's the salary savings here is it was a part-time position that was created and never filled, and we're simply reversing that because, as I said, as we start to reopen the senior center and reopen those services, we'd like to eventually get the cafe program up and running again, but we'll save the 5-day-a-week program for once we have our feet back underneath us. So that's really the only change here is explained by that. And veteran services, so this would be the opposite of what Select Board Member Trask mentioned on the health slide. We didn't go from 0 to 130. We were simply budgeting that as part of a combined budget, and now it's split out. But I see looking at this slide, it would be quite helpful to show what that number would have been otherwise. So we can certainly add that moving forward. But the bottom line here with Mr. Morandi's retirement, we recruited and filled the veteran service officer position. One of our town employees, Kelly Reyes Teixeira, who was a Marine, applied for and was offered that position. She's done a great job. She and I were at a socially distanced 100th birthday party yesterday at Twin Oaks for a servicewoman who had served in the South Pacific in World War II and turned 100 yesterday. So Kelly's active, she's busy, she and her staff are doing what they can amidst the pandemic. And so again, this is not a new budget, we're just showing it differently. And just as a note, Maureen, this is your first budget cycle, but you'll see and you probably saw this in the benefits budget is where we budget the Chapter 115 benefits. Because the benefits that we pay out to our veterans is actually greater than the total for the budget. So for a number of years, that was those benefits were going up and down. It was really hard to budget for in a small budget. So we made town meeting supported moving that 4 or 5 years ago now to a different budget. So that's what's going on here.
Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just want to go back to the inspectional services line item. I just I heard what several of you had mentioned about enforcement and the kind of the dichotomy between the zoning and the planning. Specifically for Precinct 1, there's a number of examples of violations. And Mr. Maloney was very responsive when those situations were brought to him, but some of them seem to be kind of, I don't know, say, not that they were outside his realm, but I think he had a difficult time trying to enforce them. So there are, for example, illegal apartments, residential projects that are being used in a way that they weren't permitted to be. There are some renovation projects in Precinct 1 that are stagnant, where there's been no progress after initial kind of demolition. And so the point I'm going to make is that this new person that takes over this role should be more than just someone that writes permits all day long. And I realize the importance for that. Keeps projects moving forward for developers. It also generates a significant amount of income for the town. I think this department's probably one of the few that actually runs in the black. So I would just like to see the new person that comes on board has kind of the enthusiasm to go out into the field and find violations and not hesitate in enforcing those. It's very important. It sends a clear signal to others that if they attempt to go against the bylaws of the town, that they will be held accountable. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
I'd just like to point for the record, all of our departments operate in the black, Mr. Duggan. The funding sources may vary, but we all operate in the black. And if you keep your eyes peeled, there will be a job posting shortly for that position. I think I know one very enthusiastic person in that particular area. So just keep your eyes open.
Recreation?
So recreation is the division within land use and community services that we show separately, and again, part of the reason for that has to do with the amount of revenue that is generated. I guess using Mr. Duggan's comment, this would be another division that operates on its own in the black. We don't have it on this slide, but in years past we've shown slides for every tax dollar invested in recreation, how many dollars of programming come out the other end once all of the program fees and programs are accounted for. It's a fairly level budget. It's been a trying year for recreation as well. I want to commend Dave Mountain and his staff when the schools were trying to figure out how to operate in the remote, then hybrid, then in-person, then back, and so forth. Recreation was right there with them, trying to figure out how to offer supplemental day programs for the kids from families who needed that. And they did a really good job operating that. A number of families used that, so when their kids were in person and then during their remote days, they could go and be with recreation staff and continue to do their schoolwork in a safe setting. And I know they're working hard right now to think about what the summer programming might look like as we move forward. The tax-supported budget for recreation is constant. This is where we budget our full-time benefited employees who manage all of this. It's in the revolving accounts where we see a lot of fluctuation because that's where the programs you're providing are the revenue that you generate, and the revenue that you generate allows you to hire the seasonal staff that runs the program. So it's the tax side is very constant. It's the program side where we would see the ups and downs. So not much here. There's a modest increase to some of our seasonal help to make sure that we stay competitive, but otherwise it's a level service budget for recreation.
How many full-time employees?
I'm going to defer to Rodney if he has that, or Aaron behind me for the FTEs in just the tax supported. Dan, is that your question?
Yes.
Yep.
I'll jump in. I'd just like to say Dave Mountain does do a great job. Hopefully with the summer programs, we'll get some more revenue, from that with the snake programs and all that. So let's hope that we get through this
I think
soon.
a lot of families are
right?
hungry
A
for
lot
that,
of
yeah.
families need it
Yeah.
too. Thank you.
Rodney?
So on the tax side, there are 7 employees. There's a recreation director, assistant, director of natural resources, an administrative assistant, and at Endicott Park, we have a coordinator and 2 ranger foremen.
And the 4.46, I should subtract 2% for the 53rd week?
Correct.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I got a couple of comments. First of all, I'd like to ask the town manager, what is in this budget for the Endicott Park barn? I thought that we put that on the back burner, and it was not a priority. And that's a relatively new item. There was nothing funded for that before 2018 budget.
No, so that couple things going on with Endicott. We pulled the line item out of DPW in 18 and put it into recreation. So we've always, Public Works for many, many years had a line that supported replacing rails, doing small capital work at Endicott Park. We simply took the existing appropriation and reflected it in recreation in 2018. Later today, we'll talk about a couple of small capital projects proposed for the park this year, one of which is the roof at the children's barn, which dovetails with the community project to resuscitate that barn.
But in other words, you're putting this Endicott Park barn as a line item for Endicott Park rather than... I don't think that should be identified as an Endicott Park barn. It should be...
Yeah, you're right. I don't know why it says barn.
If it's Endicott Park...
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's food. That's food for the animals.
Excuse me?
I think that's food for the animals. The barn line? We're looking at line item, I see what you're saying, Bill.
Okay, I can see that if it's the animals.
Yep.
But I don't see it as being the Endicott
Sorry.
Park Barn
40
project. That's a separate project that we voted and didn't vote to pursue
Right.
last year. And I
Correct.
don't think
That's-
it should be contaminated in that way.
Absolutely correct. So the hay barn project is on ice.
That's right. I don't want to see that resurrected.
The line item I was referencing is actually on page 66, it's line 54611, and that's the $24,000 that we use to maintain the park. That had been a public works expense, that's now
Okay.
in recreation, and that food is out of the barn line item. Yep.
The other thing is, just an observation in the town for recreation, two of our oldest three recreation areas, the town forest and Sandy Beach, seem to be almost ignored. I was down at Sandy Beach last fall. I couldn't believe what the deplorable condition of that property is in, and it used to be one of the best properties in town. And I don't even know if the beach houses or the changing rooms are even open this year or not. I think it's a terrible misuse of a very, very valuable and positive asset that we've had in this town for all my life, and it was expanded upon about 30 years ago, and that area has not been used for anything at all and over that time. And this town forest seems to be one of the most lost items. I don't know whether Boy Scouts still use it for camporees or not, but many people don't even know that we have a town forest. The final one is, I'm really frustrated during the years that I've been on the Board of Selectmen after we purchased the LaBelle's Grove, unable to be able to pursue that in a more active manner, and I hope that that isn't forgotten and swept under the rug and just left as a, it was supposed to be a gateway to the community from 114 from Middleton, and now it's nothing but a brush pile that you see all kinds of deteriorating property growth, wild growth growing up on it, and I'm really not happy about what's happened to there. Thank you.
Town forest is my kid's favorite place to hike in town, so we're keeping the weeds off the trail when we're out there tromping around. We did a conceptual design for Sandy Beach a couple years ago, and as you know, we had the LaBelle's Grove Reuse Committee. Both of those projects have run into what we routinely see, and you'll recall when we talked about how to structure the debt for Smith School, we don't have a lot of wiggle room in our budget for discretionary projects.
I understand that.
And so, as you know, in an attempt to keep under the 2.5 cap, projects like LaBelle's Grove and Sandy Beach end up getting designed and then sitting, and that's a long-term issue that we have to figure out. We will talk a little bit at the end of the day today about some of these federal funds that are being made available, because the we're still waiting for details, but replacing with the one-time lost revenue is one of the categories that has been flagged as our infrastructure projects, and that's a very broad definition. So there may be an opportunity to think about some of these projects that have been long dormant, but that's not a conversation for today. But I agree with you completely. We have some of these properties in town that a lot of people have put a lot of time into thinking about how they could be used, but you have to have the funding to do it.
I just bring back one other item. I just don't think the priorities in the recreation department that was expended in the Frisbee golf course that destroyed or decimated a 40-odd acre wooded area we have was in balance anywhere near what could have been, if that money could have been spent at Sandy Beach or LaBelle's Grove. And I think it's a terrible misuse of money. And I don't even know if anyone's even used it or even it's open yet. All I know is there's huge holes over there in Endicott Park in an area that was supposed to be a wildlife conservation area, so.
Questions, thank you. So, I appreciate that you're giving an overview here. I've got up on my computer the actual line items, and as you know, from years of experience, I look for swings. Something goes up more than 20% from year X to year Y, or down more than 15% year X to year Y. One thing I did notice in the files we got this year is we don't have the account numbers that we used to have, which I often use to, let's say it's telephony. Dan's brought up telephony, and when we start talking about that, I could easily sort out and see all the departments who have a telephony line item and what the sum total is and so on and so forth. That's not in the spreadsheet we got. But the two questions I have is, if according to this, you maintain the current level of staffing programming, how is it that the sick leave incentive went down by 24%?
So go ahead, Ronnie.
So a couple points. And I apologize for that, for the Excel spreadsheets in the future, we'll get you the object numbers as well, so you can
Thanks.
sort and pivot. for the actual book, they were taken out, because again, I think the long-term concern has been it's tough to read the writing.
Sure.
So switching it to landscape, taking out the object numbers, allowed us to branch it out a little bit, but we can make sure in the future the Excel sheet includes the object numbers.
Sure.
And then for sick leave incentives, so again, historically, if we were to budget everyone achieving that sick leave incentive, it'd be a budget killer. So generally what we use is historical trends of a department of X amount of people, on average over the past 5 years, how many of them have reached that sick leave incentive. So this is a number that gets tweaked every year based on what we're seeing in recent trends.
Okay, my other question was about ground maintenance went up by 46%, but it's a small number. So it's only $1,200, so I don't care. I do a filter, and I do a conditional formatting and look for the highs and lows. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. All right. Is it break time?
If you'd like a break, we can take a break.
We finished with that?
We finished with that section. Yep, but we move to administration and finance next.
So we'll come back at 11:10.
division, as well as retirement, which we'll talk about debt and pension and OPEB as well. Starting with accounting, this FY22 reflects the full budgeted year of the department staffing changes. Operating expenses are level funded. We also maintain the funding that we initiated a couple of years ago for some consulting services. That helped us a couple of years ago with shoring up our timeline for filing end-of-year reporting with the DOR, and recently it has helped with cash reconciliation. And projects already underway are related to tailings, as well as some other treasurer-collector work. So as Jill Summit, who we'll talk about a little bit, steps into her role, the consultant is skilled in both the treasurer side and the accounting side, so we'll keep the budget for accounting because that's still predominantly what the consulting services will supply, but there'll also be some treasurer work as well. On the assessing side, again, some minor operating expenses changes. That's the increase in consulting services line. So if you remember, a couple years ago, we did a big investment in an all town-wide data survey to take a look at all our valuations. As a result of that, in FY21, we were able to step back on the consulting valuation work. 22 represents a return to the norm. So if you look at the 3 or 4 year average, 22 represents what that number should be at on an annual basis. That is the major change there. Treasurer collector, so this is the former administrative services budget. We have split that into the treasurer collector role and the town clerk role. Due to the uniform mass accounting system, Jill Summit was able to keep the history on the 1410 account. So that's why you'll see that the salary and wages for 21 represent the full budget of both town collector and town clerk functions. And then later on, we get into town clerk, you'll see that, like veterans, that starts with a 0 in 21 and shows the 22 full budget. So again, a little clunky to look at on the slide, but that was the way we split it out based on UMass accounting methods. The assistant treasurer collector moves into the treasurer collector role in FY22. Otherwise, the staffing remains the same. As Joe Collins retired, he had been budgeted in the department head budget. So the 4 treasurer collector functional roles will remain 4 body count in 22. We have debt next. I don't know if there are any questions on those 3 divisions.
Before we go to debt, any questions for Rodney? Gardner?
Yeah, I'm just, so looking at the line item, obviously, the shift in personnel from the treasurer collector role. I guess I'm seeing different numbers. I guess it is overall 46 point. I'm seeing different numbers than in the line items under treasurer collector for salaries and wages. 46.9. Okay. I guess it's just a summation. Okay. All right. I'm all set with this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, debt.
So looking at debt service, as the manager described in the beginning, it looks as for gross debt service that there's not much change. It's only going up 18,000. However, the biggest change is the amount that the tax levy is absorbing. That's a net increase of 17%, and that's a reduction of almost $500,000 on our use of debt stabilization, as well as a $145,000 decrease in our one-time overlay surplus usage. These are plans that we've had in place as far as the debt stabilization to eventually phase that down and to absorb the full debt service of both the high school, middle school projects as well as the Smith School project into the levy. And then again, obviously our preference is to not rely on the overlay surplus. It's a good tool in the short term when we build up that surplus, but again, it's not a sustainable revenue source, and as such, we're stepping that down as well. So again, it's not an exciting development, but I think it's a good achievement this year that we're able to back off a lot of that one-time revenue. It'll put us in a good position moving forward, as much as it's a little bit of a hit to take in FY22. It'll definitely help for a big sticker shock avoidance in 23 or 24 when we deplete the debt stabilization fund. There's no new bond authorizations in FY22 proposed for town meeting. And then the next slide just shows the general fund existing and projected debt.
Not there, right? There we go.
Shows the general fund existing and projected debt. We broke this out similar last year, where we show the blue bar is the total existing debt that we've already authorized and issued. The green bar represents the Smith School project funding majority of the final borrowing, which is projected to be about $12 million. That would be the $10 million bands that we talked about a couple weeks ago that we put out into the market, permanently financing those. There's probably an additional $2 million related to the final Smith project number. And then the red bar is the projected additional debt of $1 million a year that we always carry. Again, it's not always a solid $1 million every year. A lot of that depends on the nature of the projects. For example, we have 0 this year, although last year we had the Highlands project, which was 1.6. So again, that fluctuates, but we like to keep a band in there showing that there will be some type of minor project that will come up every year or so. This does not include a DPW facility either for the projected debt.
So I would add to what Rodney just said. One of the things that the rating agencies look at and GFOA talks about is, the speed at which you're retiring your debt. They want to see a certain % of your long-term debt retired within a certain number of years. And the blue bar, sometimes in the past we have broken out that bottom blue bar here, which is the majority of our debt service, to show specific projects. So, the first $1 million of this is related to the old middle school, the next $1.5 million is related to the high school. The green bar shows that when you level fund your debt, so when you, instead of having, it's like a mortgage, you're paying the same amount every year rather than level principal, which would require much larger payments in the early years, but less over time. Our debt curve does not drop off as fast as we would like it to. I mean, that's the rating agencies would like to see that. And the trade-off, of course, is in order to fund a project within existing resources, like we did for the Smith School, we end up having that green bar be constant over time, rather than spiking. We would have been close to $8 million, not that quite that high, but if we had funded it one way versus the other, you'd see a peak early and then a more rapid decline. And the rating agencies like to see that debt gets layered in. So with the rapid decline, once you hit a certain point, you can add new debt and you continue to feather it in. So this is a helpful slide because it shows we have a lot of our existing debt is locked in. The payment 20 years from now will be the same as the payment today. Obviously, the time value of money will erode some of that, but it creates issues because when we think about the blank space on the right, that's the space we have to work with when we want to talk about the public works facility, the consolidated public works facility. There will be another school project someday. We don't have one on the horizon right now after Smith. So that's just sort of future town meetings have to continue. This is something that we'll have to wrestle with forever. We have relatively low debt compared to the metrics, but the way that we've structured it pushes a lot of it out. And so that's something we'll continue to talk about in the years ahead.
But you keep, Steve, the red bar, the projected, he said, about $1 million debt out there.
Yep.
As a benchmark, right?
Yeah, so Riverside Roof will be the next small project that we probably have to tackle. Yep. So we always have a little capacity for that. Thanks, Randy.
Anyone, any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Next, we look at our pension assessment. So this is the budget approved by the retirement board last month. It shows a 7.49% increase, which is around the 8% we expect over the next several years. 60.3% is our funded ratio based on the most recent valuation in January 2020. We still maintain that current assumed rate of return at 7.5%, which, as we've talked about recently, is a number that we'll need to bring down over the next valuation or two to get more in line with peer communities. This also maintains our schedule of fully funding by 2035. Again, I think in out years we had hoped that the 7 or 8s will drop to 4%. One of the factors will be if we drop that assumed rate of return, we can expect that those last few years of the getting to fully funded will probably increase from what was right now projected at 3 or 4% up to 6 or 8%, depending on obviously depending on how the market does. So something to keep in mind. And then lastly, OPEB, not part of the operating budget. However, it will be an appropriation request out of free cash this year, as it normally is. As you see, our look ahead, that's our 5-year window of increasing $50,000 each year, as well as the projected interest, and then the projected balance of returns. The top graph shows where we've come from FY07 all the way through the most recent finished year of FY20. So $7.9 million is a healthy amount, but compared to our liability, it's a small amount of the overall liability, but it's still in line with several of our peers. The projected interest rate of 2.23%, obviously we hope to earn more on an investment than we generally do through Bartholomew. However, we tie, just to be conservative, we tie our projected interest to the discount rate that the evaluation team puts on our outstanding liability, and that's driven predominantly by the municipal bond rate. So if we have a liability of $200 million and we only have $8 million in the bank, the rest of that money, they assume the interest based on the municipal bond rate. So that's one of those things, we're in a good economy and we need to do a Smith project. We'll get a great interest rate, but when we look at our liability, the amount of money we'll get returned is a small number. So I think we're happy to trade higher liability interest rate for actual savings on a Smith bond project personally, but that's the give and take there.
Questions? Nope. Okay. Anything else, Rodney?
That's all for now.
No, Mr. Manager, do you want to jump to employee
I
benefits?
think we should, yeah, that was
keeps on going.
record time.
Yep.
So
Employee benefits.
until the lunch can get here, we'll just keep churning.
Yeah, Aaron just left.
Yep. So next, go back to, do you want to do this, or is it police and fire next?
We have police and fire, but they're not here yet.
Oh, yeah, let's do this. Great, good idea. So we're going to we'll flip to the benefits and insurance budget.
You know what page it's on?
I am looking that up right now.
Page 32.
Thank you, Dan. And I'm going to defer to the assistant town manager to walk us through the benefits and insurance budget.
Thank you. Thanks, Rodney. For the benefits insurance for FY22, we're showing a slight decrease. You will recall this July we implemented a new insurance plan for town and school employees, and the decrease is shown in the benefits insurance budget is driven by the opt-out plan, which we also launched in July. Our upcoming renewal rate of 2.9%, and a potential premium holiday offered by Maya for the insurance budget in FY22. For the opt-out program, we have approximately 40 employees participating in that program right now. So it's been successful for the town. And also, we have in this budget the workers' comp and unemployment. We'll continue to monitor those. As the schools touched on, unemployment claims have been vastly different this year. We have seen hundreds of claims come in. There was a point where we had between 40 and 80 claims coming in a day, and they were mostly false claims coming in. So we've been monitoring that very closely, submitting disputes on all the false claims, but making sure that the right claims do get through for the employees that have filed unemployment. And mostly what we have seen is past employees that worked here within the past 3 years, their unemployment claims are hitting the town. I can take any questions on the benefits and insurance.
Nope. Continue, please.
Okay. Next, we have the human resources budget. This is a rather bland budget this year. There's a slight increase from the promotion of the HR assistant to the role of HR generalist. Last year, we also reorganized that office a bit, and as we've worked through the first year and a half of that reorganization, we've seen how duties and job responsibilities are aligning, and realized we needed to promote the HR generalist, the HR assistant to the role of HR generalist, because that was the work that role was performing and the office needed. The office has also taken over staffing the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, so there's a slight increase here from moving the budget associated with that committee from the land use budget over to the HR budget. I can take any questions on that budget.
Jen, just the salary increase, just explain that again, because taking out the 2%, it's almost a 4% increase in wages.
Sure. Last year, we had the staffing in the office was an HR assistant, one HR generalist, and a benefits coordinator. We promoted the HR assistant into the role of HR generalist, so now we have 2 HR generalists in the office because we were finding they were doing the same work, and we wanted to make sure we were compensating both employees correctly for the work they were performing. And we found that that was the real balance the office needed. We didn't need the role of an assistant. We really need 2 HR generalists in the department right now.
So what is a generalist? What does that mean?
The HR generalists are handling all inquiries that come into the office. They assist with all of the recruitment efforts, posting jobs, working through the resumes, working with the departments on the recruitment, and usually working through at least the first round interviews, and they stay on the interview team through conclusion. They also handle all our FMLA, employee benefits. They're supporting the benefits coordinator and answering questions. They onboard employees. They're really doing the bulk of the work for the HR department between the 2 generalists.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone else? No. Okay. Thank you.
I'll keep going with the town clerk's budget. This again, as Rodney talked about with the treasurer collector's budget, we broke out the town clerk from the budget this year, so you're seeing the zeros for FY21 and the 100% increase just because it is the new budget this year. There are no changes. The former assistant became the town clerk this year. And coming up in FY22, we have 1 local election planned. And I can take any questions on the town clerk's budget as well.
Mr. Chairman? So on this one, in the, at least on the spreadsheet that I got, it had no figures for 2018 through 2021, so everything looks like it went up by 100%.
Correct. This is the break, so this budget was formerly part of, now I'm blanking on. Administration.
Okay.
And so those costs are carried in the treasurer collector. That's where you're seeing them previously.
Okay.
This was a newly created.
Thank you. I missed that when you said that. I'm sorry. I
Department.
apologize.
I think it might be helpful, as I'm thinking about this, we may not populate all the line items, but we can calculate what the bottom line number would have been as a part of the administrative services budget. So at a minimum, you could look at the bottom of the sheet and have a sense of what Ronnie's looking at me like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the easiest way to show, overall, it's a 5% increase, the combined treasurer, collector, and town clerk versus last year's administrative services, if that helps.
Okay.
We could show
And
that.
yeah,
as
the
well.
FTE numbers are
Yeah,
the
it's
same. It's kind of tough to,
If I
in
then
office
went-
supplies to
if
go
I
back
went
in
to
18. and-
administrative services and matched those 2 up, I would still see an increase between the 2 that I won't recognize if I don't do the pairing.
Yeah.
We'll figure out a way to show that in a way that's
Okay.
helpful. I think that's been clear this morning that would be helpful moving forward to do that. So we'll work on that. Thank you for that feedback.
Anyone else? IT?
IT. I think that comes back to me. We go to the next slide, Ronnie. So the IT budget, and I'll answer Dan's question before he asks it. We have a 6.3% increase here. So it's a combination of COLA. It's the 53rd week, but we also, in preparing this year's budget, it was recognized that several of our employees did not get steps that they were entitled to per the contract the prior year. So there are some double steps here to get those employees caught up again. So it's artificially high, no change in staffing. And the modest increase here, as we talked about earlier, as we continue to move telephone lines out of other departments and into IT, we'll continue to see this number grow, and it'll be offset by reductions elsewhere. So fairly straightforward budget, no changing in staffing, just needing to catch up on some contractual steps that were missed last year.
And how does that happen, that you miss steps and the employee didn't raise their hands?
They were having so much fun doing their IT work that they didn't realize. And it's a form. The form was missed, and we caught it this year, so we're making it, we're squaring it up with the employees.
So So you just told me that everything is not a perfect system.
There is no such thing as a perfect system.
Correct.
And the big expense was the telephone, like we talked about throughout the schools and everything too, yeah.
Yes, Matt, please. You need to kill some time, Matt.
Slow it down. Is this working? Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just a couple of questions here. For the line item for consulting services, I believe in the past that we've talked about providing IT services for some of the smaller towns on the North Shore. I would expect that work would be shown here. Is that still something that the IT department is doing, is providing these rollout, like fiber or?
Yeah, you're about a month ahead from our big reveal, Matt. I'll take this opportunity, since we are killing time, to give a preview of an update that's coming. So Colby Cousins, the IT director, has been working closely through the MAPC, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, and their staff has been helping us to develop. We did a very comprehensive North Shore regional IT study a couple years ago, funded through a grant, and we've been working with a number of the towns around us who have very limited IT support and staffing, and we've actually developed an IMA, which is an intermunicipal agreement. We have one contract in place right now that's been in place for a couple years. We've been doing back-end work for Essex. So they've been contributing $5,000 a year. That's been flowing into the general fund, so it doesn't show up as a line item. That's going to be expanded this year. So we're close to having an agreement where a certain number of hours of our employees will be available to other towns, and in exchange they'll be making contributions per an agreement that'll be filled out, and eventually, once it's established, we'll be able to show that revenue line item somewhere on the revenue portion of the budget. So it will offset, more than offset the cost. It'll be improving what the professional skill that they have access to, and it'll be reducing our per unit cost, which is kind of a win-win.
All right, that sounds good. I'm happy to hear that it's still moving forward.
Yep.
And I was wondering, Mr. Chairman, if we could go back to the benefits and insurance slide. I had a question about the unemployment insurance that was mentioned. There was widespread fraud at the state level with, I think it impacted tens of thousands of municipal workers. I don't know if it was because their salaries are often posted online. Is that something that we caught every single one of those claims that came into us for the fraudulent claims that were for people that, or it looked like they filed for unemployment, but they actually did not?
I'm going to let the assistant town manager answer that.
So to your first question, is it because salaries are posted online? We haven't had any indication that that is it. The indication is believed that it's related to a much larger, this didn't just impact municipal employees, it impacted millions of employees around the country, so it's a much bigger issue. We receive information for each and every claim that comes in, and during this time when we received a claim, we reached out to the employee, asked if they filed. If they didn't, we provided them with information on how they could go about clearing their false filing, and then we dispute the charge. We say it was an incorrect filing, we dispute it, and then we don't pay for that one.
All right. Well, that's great. It's good to hear that the town has safeguards in place to catch those instances, because I think there have been situations where the money's actually been paid out. So it's really it's something that the state should intercept, and it shouldn't get to the town. But it's nice to hear that we're on our toes and we caught that. Thank you.
And Matt, I would just build on that this is an issue that's come up at the MMA Board of Directors meeting, because we have 4 people managing human resources for our town with more than 400 full-time employees. A lot of towns have far less in terms of staffing, and these claims come in, and as Ms. Breaker just described, each one of those requires investigation, follow-up, and process. And so for the scammers that were trying to take advantage of the pandemic by issuing these false claims, that took a lot of time and effort in all municipalities to try to, and the private sector, frankly, but It's a cumbersome process to ferret that out and try to determine what's real versus what's not, because they all look the same on their way in the door. So, it's been challenging.
Thank you. Next. Management?
Management budget. This is the town manager's office. Judy Smith and Ann Freitas. The change here, we have the COLA, we have the 53rd week. With the when Mr. Poulos went to Marblehead to be their finance director, we asked Ms. Smith, who has been our purchasing specialist for many, many years, if she would be willing to step in and serve as the chief procurement officer, which is a designation each municipality has to have. By charter, I'm the chief procurement officer, but we've always had a staff person handle the bidding and the scope disputes with the departments and making sure that the process is followed. Judy has been doing this work, is very capable, and I'm very happy that she agreed to take that on. She's been a long-time employee. So there's an adjustment here for the stipend associated with that. Otherwise, it's again, a level service budget. Happy to take any questions that you have.
Nope, okay. We'll do department heads before we break for lunch?
Sure. Department head budget, just as a reminder, there are 8 employees in this budget. There used to be 9. The Director of Administrative Services, Joe Collins, prior to his retirement, was budgeted here. He retired. When he retired, a partial reduction of that salary was made in FY21 as part of balancing the budget last year, and the remainder of that salary is now reduced out of this budget in FY22. So when Jill and Kathy were promoted, we knew at that point, and this was actually an organizational change that had been anticipated as far back as when we hired Travis Ahern to be our finance director 5 years ago. We knew that at Joe's retirement, we would not backfill that position. We would be promoting and having a standalone treasurer collector and a standalone town clerk, because a lot of the high-level work that the former Director of Administrative Services had been doing with respect to debt service and some of the higher-level financial functions are now carried out by the finance director. So we anticipated this. We had hopes several years ago when we knew Joe would soon retire to find some way to create a finance analyst or a management analyst position, because a lot of our departments could really use the help of having somebody who could come and spend time with them working through looking for efficiencies and the like, but now is not the time for that. So in the 22 budget, we're zeroing out the remainder of that. What is included in the budget is funds to restart the management compensation plan. This past year, all of the managers took zeros. There was no COLA or merit increase as part of figuring out how to make the 21 budget work in the middle of the pandemic. So there is the reduction of the remainder of Mr. Collins' salary is reflected as part of that 1.29% increase. So there is funding in place to resurrect that. But otherwise, there are 8 employees here. You have the town manager, the assistant town manager, the director of land use and community services, the finance director, the IT director, the police chief, and the fire chief are the 8 positions that are funded here. And tuition, the operating expense change is really, we budget for tuition depending on who may be pursuing a degree. So that's going down this year based on employees' plans. And I would be happy to take any questions.
No questions? Awesome. Okay, let's do legal counsel.
Legal counsel, so what was added to the slide since between Friday and today, I wanted to show the breakdown across the utilities as well. We manage our legal services. We use Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, Lehane. We've used them for a long time. Mike Lehane was our town attorney for many years. Dave DeLuca has been our attorney since just before I came on board. And the majority of the funds are in the general fund budget, which is what you see here, the 121 and change. But we also carry appropriations in water, sewer, and electric. A lot of the easement work they do. Sometimes there are product disputes, et cetera. So we need to have a place to charge off legal services. If those funds aren't used, they aren't spent in the utilities. Same in on the town side. And as you'll see, we're dropping the water legal this year. We revisit that every year to see what the trend looks like, and then we'll adjust accordingly. So no change for the general legal services this year. There's a $10,000 reduction related to cable renewal. We renewed our Verizon license several years ago. And the funding that's in place in 21 should see us through the end of the renewal with Comcast. So we're dropping that in 22 because there will be no need for it until we re-engage years from now to start that up again. So I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
So, as you say, we've had this legal counsel for years. What is the benefit to staying with the same firm year in and year out versus looking into perhaps changing attorneys? I think auditors, we look to do interview new auditors on a set scale or set time frame, or do we stay with the same auditors all the time?
Yeah, there's similarities and differences. We do rotate principal auditor. So we've been with Melanson Heath for a while. Scott McIntyre has been the auditor for primary auditor for a number of years. We've had a number of different junior auditors coming through and working with us. I don't recall the name of the principal prior to Scott, but he had been in that role for a long time before Scott took over. Same applies with legal. I think one of the things, Murphy Hesse is similar to the firm that we used in Avon, and in this way. We used a firm in Connecticut called Murtha Kalina, which I think also has a Boston office. But we were one of their first municipal clients. They bid very aggressively when they were awarded Avon. And to this day, Avon's hourly rate that they pay is far less than what is charged to other firms. Similar applies with Murphy Hesse. So I know in talking to peers, the hourly rate that we're charged from Murphy Hesse is considerably less than what a new client would pay. And part of the reason for that is I think they specialized in, it might be pension, I'm not sure. So municipal government was not their primary service area. They made a full court press. Mike Lehane, when he was awarded the Danvers account by Wayne, very aggressive pricing and a lot of sort of hands-on service. So one of the benefits of using a large firm is you have access to all types of different areas. So we'll be on the phone with a labor counsel one day, but we'll have a tax taking we need input on the next day. So I think there are a couple of things. There's familiarity. So this team knows the cases that we've worked through. They were here for Ritzer. They were here for a lot of the larger disputes we've been through. But all of that said, it's common practice. We haven't done it here in many years. I think we're generally pretty happy with the services that we get, and we know that the price is aggressive and competitive. So that's a long-winded answer to a straightforward question.
And the school department uses a different attorney?
They engage their own attorney. Yes, that is correct. So separate firms. They communicate. So we often will have Murphy Hesse will sometimes speak to someone on the school side, depending on whatever the issue is, but they have their own private counsel.
So Murphy Hesse is Dave DeLuca? Is that what it is? Okay, good, yeah. He does a great job.
Dave DeLuca.
Dan, may I comment on that?
Yes, please, David.
Thank you, Dan. I think that our legal service cost is extremely reasonable, actually superbly reasonable for the service that we get. I don't know if I was town moderator at the time that Mike Lehane took over. Maybe it was a few years after he did. But as town moderator, I worked closely with him on, of course, town meeting stuff. And I also have some familiarity with the quality of legal work. And I think that he did a great job for the town, and Mike also passed on in the last, their firm lost Fiscal. In the last year he died. But David DeLuca, I have witnessed and watched, and I'm real careful about watching the quality of legal services and attentive to the town manager's comments on his reliance and confidence in David DeLuca. So I think the firm is a great firm. I think that their services are very reasonably priced. And so I say, wow, we're fortunate because everybody doesn't have such non-political, attentive, straight down the line legal counsel as we do and as we need. And I just wanted that to be, my thoughts on that to be known. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I didn't question their ability or the fee structure. I just wanted to know, are we on the right page? And I think we are. but I think it's good to.
And I think your inquiry is very appropriate, Dan, and I didn't mean to suggest that it wasn't. Yes, so I was not the least bit questioning your inquiry, which I think is very appropriate.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Town Manager, what would you like to do at this point in time?
I would suggest that we power through our small legislative budgets and the FinCom reserve and then break.
Very good.
Okay. So on the next slide, we have the town moderator and the select board budgets. I am making a recommendation. We've taken a look at the stipend that this board receives as well as the town moderator. Neither of those have been adjusted in more than 20 years as best I can tell. And just based on a cursory survey of other municipalities, an adjustment here would be supported based both on size and complexity of the municipalities that we took a look at. So the increases here are related to a $500 increase for each of the board members, as well as a smaller dollar-wise but comparable magnitude-wise for the town moderator. And operating costs here, of course, will cover incidentals, membership, participation in trainings that this board may choose to participate in throughout the year. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
I have some comments, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you, Dan. There is no action that this board could take to increase its own salary or stipend. That's the law, and anything that we may recommend or take part in could be effective only for persons elected and boards elected after any particular member is sitting. But having watched the chairman of the board work this year through the various things and the daily interaction, I think that the chairman of the Danvers Board of Selectmen should have a stipend of $15,000 or $20,000, which was, well, I do. Well, I have watched it. I know what executive costs are, and I don't know why everyone laughs at that. I've watched what this particular chairman has done this year with this management team, with the agonies that we have had with the pandemic and anything else involving municipal government, especially in matters of labor relations. So I don't joke in the least that the chairman of the board should have a massively substantial, and it still wouldn't fairly compensate for the amount of work and attention that has been given. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment. Dan, I mean, we all do this, as volunteer, our civic duty, and we enjoy for the love of our town and our employees and our taxpayers. That's very generous of you putting that in, Steve. I appreciate it, but if management wasn't getting anything, I'm fine with our salary that we had. I'd rather put it to other use, to help services. So thank you very much, but if the other members don't want the increase, I mean, the chairman does do a lot more work than we do, but I'm fine with the current salary.
Mr. Chairman?
Gardner?
Thank you. So, I'm reluctant to, I'm torn, basically. So first of all, for the moderator, great. For myself as a selectman, I'm torn at, even after 20 years, giving us a raise to just kind of seem to keep up with the Joneses. I don't do this for the money. My expenses probably exceed it, but maybe not. There's no more rubber chicken dinners I used to joke about that we pay our own tickets to, and some of these expenses. There's no way for 15 years I've been doing this for the money that I get, and it's certainly, if you're going to do that, you average it out over the hours we put in, we're way under minimum wage. So this was not a job for me because of a salary. Now, David, you said something that I'd like to pursue, because I think I'm hearing you say that this board can't vote their own raise, that it has to wait for some period or the next elections to happen. Is that accurate? Can we vote our raise?
As far as I understand, the Boston City Council, I don't know, in the last year or two or three at some point, voted itself a raise, and that was challenged. And either the court or the State Ethics Commission said, no, the sitting member of any public authority may not vote to raise her salary or compensation, but can act only with respect to future boards or agencies. How that would work with the kind of rollover system that we have, I'm not sure. But I know that I can't vote a raise for myself, and nor could any other board member. I'm not suggesting that we want to, but we can't do that. And that's my best understanding of it.
And that's kind of where I was going. I had written up something that I was going to suggest that it not go into effect until the elections of May of '22 or subsequent elections. I realize I'm in the odd position of running this spring for '22. And I realize that, and hopefully I'll win, and if that happens, great. But I just, and I can't speak for Dan or Maureen for giving their money, until their next election. But I wanted to phrase it in a manner that said, for the sitting board members, it would not take effect until their next election, after town meeting approves this in May. So for me, it wouldn't matter. But I'm just feeling uncomfortable about voting ourselves a raise. I agree that the selectmen, if you want to keep up with the surrounding towns, you want to keep parity, I understand that. I'm just having a great comfort level of doing that for the people who are sitting at the table today. It seems self-serving. It appears self-serving when really we're trying to serve the body of the select board. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. So,
Chairman?
yes, please.
Okay, I'm not affected by this because I'm obviously not going to be running this year for re-election. But I think the proper method to go about this is, rather than going on a budget, is to have a warrant article at town meeting that could be sponsored by an individual person who's not a member of the Board of Selectmen, and it could be voted that way by the town meeting, and therefore it could become available, it could be applicable sooner. I know that Steve said 20 years. I think it might be a lot longer than that it hasn't gone up, because it seems to have been locked at $3,000 for as long as I can remember. I did look back, and in '67 it was $2,000, so I know that 50 years ago it was a little bit less, but it's been sitting there. I wish we could hire town employees for the same amount of money for 20 years and not have an increase, but you can't do it. So I think that an article at town meeting might be a proper way to do this.
So, if I may, obviously, we move this forwards to FinCom. FinCom will decide whether to send it to town meeting or not. We're not voting for this year. We're talking about the next fiscal year and subsequent years. It's a minor increase. We just went through 15 departments, and no question about their salary increases. I don't think this board, while we're not necessarily employees, the role that we play in this town does a lot to keep the town moving forwards and running smoothly, and supporting the management team to do the same. So to say that we don't deserve a raise, and I didn't hear anyone say that, would belittle this board in its role. We do serve a major function in town government. And if the town manager feels that a warrant article is appropriate, he can make that recommendation, or we just send it to FinCom, who will debate this and pass it on favorably or unfavorably to town meeting.
May I make another suggestion?
Please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
This is a really sensitive issue. I'm, 78, so I'm not going to be around much longer, and there's nothing that I could do, nor would I care to vote myself a raise. I'm retired, and my house has no mortgage anymore, okay? So I'm okay. And as it turns out, I spend anything that I receive from the town back to the inclusion committee or to some other town affair or cause or interest. I'm fortunate. I have no children in school, and I don't have children or grandchildren. but it is still a sensitive topic. Perhaps there should be a 5-person committee appointed by the moderator to determine the appropriateness of compensation to the selectmen, because I had no idea how much work and attention there is to be a member of the Danvers Board of Selectmen and to competently participate in the management and the administration of a $100 million business, which is overseeing $5 billion worth of residential and commercial property. It is big business, and for those future select persons coming forward to me, I think that there should be more compensation, and I especially witnessed in the last, the last year, what the chairman of the board does as a part of the executive team. The thought of it being a $5,000 or $6,000 or $3,000 stipend, to me, is absurd. Thank you.
Other comments? So, we're going to move on, because we said we would take our votes at the end of the presentations.
And just while it's fresh, I think I'm familiar with the issue that Judge Mills is describing. And I think this is a question I would bounce off David, but my understanding, the subtle difference between a city council and a select board is that the city council is the final approving authority of their budget. In the town, the town meeting is the final approving authority of the budget. There may be a distinction there between a stipend versus a salary for a mayor, for example. I can get an answer. That's very straightforward, and I will confirm that.
Yeah, that may be, Dan and Steve, I don't know. Yeah, I just was relying upon that.
Nope. I'm familiar with that as
Boston
well.
City Council case, yeah.
So we can circle back to this at the end, but I just want to share that thought right now, because I think that's a subtle distinction between the two.
Very good.
And Mr. Chairman, just earlier you said we can pass this with a favorable or unfavorable. We can pass it with a neutral position, can't we? We can say we don't take a position.
Well, the board is sending its budget to the FinCom, and then the FinCom is up, down, or neutral on.
I get that, but can the board itself send a neutral position on a specific line item?
I think that's unlikely. My guess is that that's unlikely. I can get an answer to that as well, but I think the cure to what David was concerned about is that the board would not be the final authority on a decision. The town meeting is so the city council and the town meeting serve the same function in their respective communities in terms of adopting the final budget.
All right, so if you're
it's really more of a recommendation.
If you're gonna frame it as we're passing a recommendation, we're not passing is a budget we're recommending that other people will review, and even further, other people will decide.
Correct.
We're actually 2 steps away from an approval or denial of something we're passing on.
You're recommending the budget to FinCom, they in turn recommend the budget to
I'm always concerned about the optics of any board or commission anywhere giving themselves a raise or advocating for their own raise. And
so I think we could discuss it now. We could circle back to it. I mean, another option, this town meeting could take a vote on a delayed implementation. I think you see that in jurisdictions as well. So there's a number of different ways, and it's really, as you point out, this is a recommendation that the board will be making, not the final authority on the matter. So.
Okay. Very good, thank you. FinCom?
And we'll pause this after we'll start our next break after this. This is fairly straightforward. We've been budgeting $125,000 in Finance Committee reserve. That's been our trend over the last few years. We have used that source for, I think, prior to my arrival, this board used the FinCom reserve to pay for the recruitment process after Wayne's retirement. We've used it to pay for overages we had unexpected healthcare costs one year. We've used it for fire overtime. So it's a funding source that's available, and what it's used for is the Finance Committee can appropriate out of this without town meeting. So it's a useful tool. Typically, you see it used in the period between an annual town meeting and the end of the fiscal year. You identify a cost that needs to be addressed. You don't want to bring your full town meeting together, and the Finance Committee is authorized by law to appropriate out at a public meeting. So it was increased last year to accommodate for the balance of the Essex Tech assessment. The select board, the finance committee, and the town meeting last year felt that the Essex Tech assessment was too high, for two reasons. I think one, as we learned this morning, it's based on admissions, but in the midst of a pandemic, when other entities were cutting their budgets to account for what was happening, they did not. So the budget that they put together in January was the same budget that was adopted at the end of the process. This board reduced the assessment they were comfortable paying by an amount equal to what the town's budget, revised budget looked like. But ultimately, the budget wasn't changed. So at some point between now and the end of the fiscal year, we will have to appropriate out of this account, that's the law, to pay for the full assessment. And so the notice today is that our plan right now is that at the finance committee hearing on the budget, they will be asked to take an action to vote so that we can pay the full assessment that we're required to pay to the tech. So we are proposing to reduce it back to its historic number, which is 125. But I wanted to make that point that at some point this spring, the finance committee will have to vote out most of the 105,000 in the current budget to cover the assessment. And by law, this number can be considerably higher. It's a certain percent of your operating budget. It would be millions of dollars if we were to budget this account at the limit, which we've never done. So we typically carried it as a small, in a $100 million budget, this is a very small percent, but it's there in case something comes up at the end of the fiscal year.
Any questions? Pretty straightforward.
Just an observation that the long-term level of this fund before Steve, going back many years, was $150,000. It wasn't 120. And we already had made cuts in the past, more recently, but it was for a long time 150,000, and it was used for snow removal and things like that, where you could hit under budgeted items. So I'm very comfortable with making this figure as big as it is or bigger, just so that it's there and available, and if it doesn't be used, it's basically free cash the next year.
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else? We'll break for lunch. We'll take 20 minutes. And it's right now 12 o'clock.
So we will, moving right along, we have, we're switching into our public safety portion. Behind me is Captain James Lovell from the police department. And also here is Chief Bob Amaral and Deputy Chief Brian Berry. And I'll, as we've been doing all morning, I'll provide a high-level overview and any questions you have that I'm unable to answer. We have the experts in the room.
Welcome, gentlemen.
So similar to other budgets, level service budget here for police. We have, due to some retirements and some turnover, we have the anticipated COLA of the 53rd week in this budget as well, but it's still only a 2.7 increase on the salary side. Operating is up slightly, in part to cover some of the recruitment costs that we have coming. Just a note, not on the slide, but we have scheduled for Wednesday, April 14th, will be the date that we'll have our assessment center for chief and captain on the police side. So, as I said, it's a level service budget. That is something of note that is coming up. We'll be determining the outcome of that day. Will determine the promotions in the leadership team within the police department. And I think with that, any questions that the board has, we would be happy to take.
Questions? Maureen?
How many police officers do we have right now on the books, roughly?
It's on patrol or?
Yeah, 47.
35 patrol? 33 patrol.
Okay. Well, you do a great job. Thank you.
Bill?
I have no questions. I just want to congratulate, commend the police department for the great job they've done, and especially with all the things that have gone on in the last few weeks and months. It's pretty upsetting to lose that chief so fast after his retirement, but I'm sure that Phil and Jamie are doing a great job leading the department right now.
Gardner?
Thank you. So, a hot topic lately has been the Police Reform Act. Is there anything in that act that has cobbled your department's ability to do the work? Do you need more equipment? Do you need more anything from the board that in response to that? Was there anything that materially affected the police department?
I'll provide a short answer, and then I'll invite Jamie to speak to it if you'd like to. But the short answer is, I think, with respect to a lot of the work that our department has already been doing in crisis intervention, learning to manage mental health, with the accreditation process that we've been through, a lot of our operations are already consistent with what's going to be expected in the reform. But in terms of new costs that we've identified, we haven't seen a detailed enough version of the act yet, at least from my perspective, to speak to that. But there's nothing in this budget, I think, that anticipates that. And I don't know, Jamie, if you want to add on to that or correct anything I got wrong?
As Steve mentioned, we're in pretty good shape right now through CALIA. We've been updating our policies every year now. A lot of the changes that came out through the Police Reform Act, we've already taken care of. We've already updated our policies to reflect those items, such as duty to intervene, bans on chokeholds and lateral neck restraints. So we're kind of ahead of the game already. Until the rest of the findings come out from the commission as far as how it will be set up, we're kind of in a waiting pattern right now.
Thank you.
David's not with us? Okay. Jamie, I did, bear with me a moment. I just want to address or ask a question about your holiday line, which is actually down $5,700. What do you attribute that to?
That would probably be due to the contractual salaries in the breakdown of the department. We have a lot of retirements, and we have a lot of new officers on the department, so their rate is lower, which results in lower amount needed for those items.
So it's on track?
Yes.
By contract? Okay. Above that, overtime is down quite a bit.
We're trying. We still have some bumps in the road coming up. As we mentioned, we have some vacancies right now that we need to start working on getting those filled. We have a couple officers out right now with long-term injuries, so we're trying our best to keep that low.
I appreciate the effort to try to keep it low, but I also understand you need to have the staffing and the men and women out there on the streets when they're needed. So thank you for the job that you're department has done over this past year. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your support as well.
I missed two. I'm sorry, I missed two quick ones while we're here. I look for trends, I look for drops. There was a dramatic drop in recruitment and selection. Now, I know that we're going to go through the process, of replacing the chief and moving people up as we can, and I'm sure that's going to leave a vacuum below that we're going to have to hire more. So that one went from 18,900 to 7,900. Was that?
That's the increase, 7,900 is the increase.
7,900.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I had a mistake. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry.
We roughly figured there's about a $6,000 cost to get an officer into the academy.
Yep.
So that's kind of figured into that.
Very good. Thank you.
I think Matt had a question, but while he's walking up, Dan, if I could.
Go ahead, Matt.
One of the things we look at, so the overtime is down 26, but if you look across, we look at the trend when we're budgeting this as well. So in FY19, our actual was 1.07, so this would be consistent with the highest that we've seen. So we want to, and we'll get into that in fire as well. You'll see that there's an adjustment there based on trend as well. So it is a decrease, which is good. And then to Member Bernard's question about staffing, one of the when we get to the final version of the budget, we will have the benefit of having the FTE counts by rank, which will make it much easier because it's fire and police have complex. Okay, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just had a point of information, I think. So for down below on the SIP list for the hardware for police vehicles and body armor, is that actually a warrant article that would be separated out from the budget, from the line items?
No, so that's the annual capital outlay for, mostly it's DPW vehicles, police and fire vehicles and equipment and recreation vehicles. So that's our normal annual capital outlay.
Okay, because sometimes I've seen items like for example, a new fire truck would be a specific warrant article that we would vote on. So that's, these vehicles are just part,
They'll
it's
be
like
part
a
of the operating
subsection to
budget,
the.
yeah. If it was a big, like a fire truck where it required a grant match or a bond authorization, then that would probably be a separate warrant article, but the general replenishing of the fleet, we usually do out of capital outlay.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information. So I just, to delve into that a little bit deeper, for the vehicles, what is the, and I assume these are just for cruisers, there's a request for 4 new vehicles. What's the average life expectancy for those? Are they kind of leased, or how do we handle?
I think it's, and I would ask Jamie to stand, I want to say 3 years, 100,000 miles is roughly, we've about 100,000 miles on a cruiser. We've actually had to defer a couple of replacements in the last several years based on budget constraints, but go ahead, Jamie.
That's correct. We try to do a 2 to 3 year rotation on the cars. About 100,000 miles, they start breaking down. There's some very expensive repairs that need to be done after about 100,000 miles. Cars are run pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A lot of different varying driving conditions, and they tend to break down over time.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, thank you for that information. So we definitely don't want, if there's any vehicle in the town inventory, that's not one that we would want to break down. So I can appreciate that the cost, the maintenance costs go up substantially as the mileage increases. All right. Thank you very much.
Matt, I think Dave Lane would argue that the cruiser can't get to the call without the plow truck making a path for him first, though. So. Okay, switching over to fire. Similar story here. So we have in the salary and wage line, you see the change is 5.69%, but within that, opposite of police, there's a $40,000 increase for overtime this year, and that's catching up based on a 5-year, we look at a 5-year average. We pulled out FY18. You may recall FY18 was sort of a perfect storm for the fire department in terms of long-term injuries. So in the same way, we'll take a winter like my first winter where we were $2 million over budget. We're not going to use that in our 5-year rolling average because it would be a budget buster for us. So when we look at a year where overtime was significantly higher, if we know why that was, we might adjust our trend down a little bit. But on the fire side, we're adjusting it up to be more consistent with trend. The other big change here, we have some retirements that we're expecting within the next year. So you'll see an increase in the buyback in anticipation of that. And then we do have, we have younger firefighters, some of whom are pursuing degrees, so we're seeing an increase in the tuition line for those firefighters who want to go and pursue degrees or advanced degrees. And that brings us to the operating increase of 6.26%.
Questions?
So this is kind of an annual question, and I'm asking it more so people understand. The fluctuations of gas prices happen all the time. How is it we budget and lock in pricing? Can you explain that?
So we don't necessarily lock them in, but our price is not subject to tax. So the first thing people notice is that our per gallon cost is much lower than what they see at the pump, and that's because we're buying it in bulk, and we're also not subject to some of the same fuel taxes that the private sector is. We rely, David and his staff rely on Phil Genualdo and equipment. They have consultants that they talk to about futures. They don't have a crystal ball, so they're making their best guess looking forward in terms of what they think the rates are going to be based on input and advice that they're getting. So we do a lot of, it's a combination of spot market, and we do have some contracts in place, but certainly when Dave's here, he can probably provide a better answer than I just did.
Okay, thank you.
So just to get a better handle on this average overtime over the last 5 years. So this is a projection. It could go up or down. What is the trend? What was it last year, overtime?
So the last full year of actuals we have was FY20, which was 630,000. The 21 is the budget number, and I'm not sure what the year to date is. We could look that up for OT, but this is something, Bob and Brian track this as well, so they have a more granular look at the OT. We're looking at it as a line item, but they know the people, and they know sick day versus vacation day versus long-term injury and the like. So it's a tough, yeah.
Okay, and the same on holiday, the increase versus the police decrease. What attributes to that increase?
I would defer to either Rodney or the chief on that one.
So holiday, again, is contractual, and I think if you look at some of the actuals versus budgets for the past couple of years, I think we've under budgeted that. So this is a reflection of what the actual cost should be based on the contract.
I see the chief shaking his head up and down. You're in agreement, okay. Any other questions from anyone?
Yeah, I've got a question that I asked several years ago, but not more recently, I guess. Bob, I'm concerned right now with what's been happening in the last few weeks of people falling through the ice. And I've always had this problem with the reservoir, and because myself and my 3 older kids almost fell through there many, many years ago. Do we have an ice rescue sled in the department?
No, we don't have a sled. We do have a pretty good inventory of ice rescue equipment. We have the suits, the Mustang suits. We do have a ramp. It's an inflatable ramp. It's an inflatable ramp that goes out. It's used for that purpose, but no, we do not have it. Actually, the deputy and I have been looking at couple of different models over the last probably 6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
So it's probably something we're going to probably purchase within the next
I really
year.
wish they would, because we've got a huge accident waiting to happen up in a reservoir. People are up there fishing, skating. That reservoir has movements of water that sometimes, what happened to me, we get out, we're in the middle of the reservoir, all of a sudden it's cracking all around us, and there was like 6 or 8 inches of ice on the edge. And I just think if you guys had a sled available that you could run out and someone could work off that sled. I've seen it all the time in the MDC and around Boston where the departments have those. I can't imagine it'd be that expensive, but it's something you could have on the Quint that would be available to go out to anywhere in town.
Yeah, those sleds, Bill, are about $4,000 to $5,000. So
Well,
it's yeah, without a doubt. And like I said, it is something that the deputy and I have been researching. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? Over here? No? Brian, Bob, please thank you for your service to the community this past year. We appreciate it. Please pass that on to your staff. Next item, Mr.
Just to follow up on the overtime, it's a little under 500,000 expended as of March 4th.
A little under 500, and budgeted was 597.
Correct.
Hold on that. Overtime, maybe you'll have some money to turn back in. Thank you. We're all set there. Thank you for coming, gentlemen. Sorry to take up your time.
I think we can forego our last break.
Yes.
If that's all right with the board?
Sure.
Call Dave Lane in?
Yes, he should be here in a minute.
Rodney's been working the phone to get him here. He needs sirens. We're running hot, so he's got some catch up to do here. Well, I'll take I know there will be questions here that I do not have the answers to because there's a lot of moving pieces in the Public Works Department. But I'll provide the summary and then we can address any questions we have once Dave joins us. So the sort of four different components to the Public Works budget. We have the water budget and the sewer budget and the electric budget, which are all proprietary and self-sustaining. They are supported by the revenue they generate. And then we have the various public tax supported divisions, streets, equipment, buildings, forestry and grounds. Those are supported through the tax levy. So and the engineering department, I'm sorry. So the first part of the presentation has to do with the Public Works tax supported, so not water, sewer, and electric. And as you can see here, the overall budget is largely flat. The modest salary increases are offset by some drops in operating, several of which are noted on the screen. As we were just talking about with things like overtime and snow and ice, we look at a rolling 3 to 5 year average for these to try to predict where we should be. We try to pull out unseasonably warm winters and unseasonably heavy winters because it would skew the data. But based on recent winters, and this winter we're going to be closer to our budget number than we have been in a couple of years, we're actually dropping the funding that we need for winter storms in the 22 budget. And that, of course, is across several different budget areas within the budget. There's an overtime component, there's the contractual component, and then there's a materials component for sand and salt. So that's a $140,000 decrease based on trend across those three categories. We have an increase this year, contractual related to our refuse collection. We continue to monitor what's going on with our peers because we're coming up on the end of our 10-year agreement. And given the upside down nature of the recycling market now, it remains a very turbulent environment. Many towns have seen double-digit increases in their hauling and disposal costs. This has to do, of course, with the collapse of the international recycling market. So there's little to nothing that the town of Danvers can do alone to deal with that. We can work with the contractors to offset some of the increase. The state has looked at this. This was a top priority for the state prior to the pandemic. Obviously, it's taken a back seat over the past year. But the recycling market continues to pose unique issues to towns and cities. So we have a contract in place through the end of the next fiscal year, so we're still 2 full years out. But we're watching and discussing right now with our peers to keep track of that. And then there's an increase in the operating side, which again is more than offset by the decreases to increase pavement striping. And I think the one other note I would make, and we talked about this in the morning, we had a $1.35 million turn back last year from Public Works based on the unseasonably mild winter, which was a huge benefit in terms of free cash in a year where we saw a lot of slippage in other places. But as of the last storm, we're going to be much closer. It does not appear, and this is a plastic table and not a wood table, otherwise I'd be knocking on it. I think we're going to be okay with our appropriation to get through the end of the year, but we certainly won't have the type of surplus we had last year. So I think that's the summary on the Public Works tax side. Again, level service budget. Those are some of the moving pieces within the budget. We'd be happy to try to take any questions you have now, or if you wanted to save those for Dave, we could do that as well, and I could provide the overviews of the other ones.
Any questions?
Whatever the preference of the
I have a
board is.
question.
Sure.
I do. With the trash, you said that we have 2 more years left, right? Are we starting to look into that? I mean, it's hard. I mean, the residents are probably going to want to know, like other communities, hopefully, we don't have to pay for trash, you know, like some other communities do, but I know personally that, you know, what are the three things that you can never avoid? Death, taxes, and trash, okay? With the recycling, it's becoming very costly, but is it something that we should maybe start putting some feelers out there?
We're
You know,
doing that.
We are doing that now, okay.
We've tried a couple times to see if the current vendors would be willing to do what they call like a blend and extend. So we would accept an increase for an extended contract. They're not, it gives you, they've been willing to do that in the past, they're not willing to do that now, which I think speaks to the fact that the prices we're paying currently for our hauling and disposal are very competitive. The haulers are not willing to extend the current contract.
Right.
So David and his staff have been in constant communication with their peers, so we're watching as other communities go through this process. I think 2 years ago, it was in the news, I think Gloucester had been facing something like a 20%. I mean, it was a significant increase. They had to go out to bid at the end of a contract just as the market was turning, and it was a shock. But we've always had our hauling and collection has always been blended in the tax levy. A lot of places, you pay a separate fee for trash. I think the last time that was discussed here was before my time in Danvers, but it hasn't been revisited since. And that's not, I think what we're talking about is the increase that the tax levy would have to absorb, not necessarily shifting it to a standalone cost.
Excellent.
But either way, there's a cost
There's
that we're
going to
going
be
to
an
have to wrestle with.
increase,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you.
I just have an observation, being a person who does go to the transfer station, or used to once in a while, that there was a massive increase this past year in the price up to $200 a ton now. It's cheaper for me to drive my truck to Georgetown and get rid of stuff than it is at our own transfer station. And when I go to the transfer station in Danvers, you're waiting in line for JRM. We're doing nothing but providing a dump stop and a relay for them, and it's screwing the town, the people in the town, if they want to go to the dump. It's just absolutely $80 minimum fee. It's absurd. But when you bring in like a little bit of a pickup truck, if you haven't got a label, and even if you're a registered business in town, they're making no concessions anymore for businesses in town, which they used to do. And I don't think it's fair, and if they're not going to do that, I don't think we should even own that transfer station. Let them take over the whole thing and take the cost of maintaining the former landfill when they go along with it, because I think we made a major mistake when we get rid of the transfer station operation. Oh, here he comes in now. Welcome, David. Hi.
Just in time, I was in over my head with that last comment. So.
Matt, you had a question?
Well, I will say this as David's approaching the microphone. I think that what you're describing, Bill, will certainly be part of the discussions as we decide come FY24 what the plan is going to be. Operation of the transfer station will be part of that discussion about the hauling and disposal. So.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just a quick comment on the trash contract. So I would assume there'd be some type of threshold where we would, if the increase got to a certain point, we'd have to look at alternatives. You mentioned Gloucester. I know I lived in Winchester, Mass for a while, and if you live there, you have the privilege of buying a sticker for $225 a year, and that allows you to bring the trash to the transfer station. So there are options out there, but I think at some point we need to consider them rather than just go ahead and pay whatever the going rate is. Thank you.
My sticker in New Hartford, Connecticut was $35.
All right.
One question, Mr.
Please.
What is out of range and why did it go up so much?
Thank you. Out of range is when an employee in our labor union works in a higher classification job than what he's being paid for, such as someone could fill in as a foreman.
Very good, thank you. That's the only outlier that hasn't already been explained. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Where are we, Mr. Manager?
I think if there are no other questions related to the tax supported, we'll move over to the sewer budget.
Okay.
David, welcome.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Town Manager. The sewer budget, like the other budgets, we've tried to keep it as close to level funded and level of service. The staff stays the same. There is the note about the SESD assessment, which represents the biggest part of our budget. Right now, we have a projected 2.5% increase in SESD of $98,000. The town engineer, Stephen King, has been meeting with SESD. The latest draft number that we have from them shows it just over $4 million. So we believe our 2.5 is a conservative estimate. We're going to come in below that, which is good. Our flows and loads were good this year, and so it looks like our assessment will go up to just over $4 million. The other changes in the budget, we had to average out some electrical costs, some HVAC control costs between sewer and water to get those accurate. You'll see our catch basin cleaning. Those are the requirements for the stormwater regulations. You've heard about those coming for years. They're here. We have to clean more catch basins than we used to, so we do have an increase there. And that's the basis of the changes in the sewer budget. Other than that, we plan on status quo.
David, on page 35, sewer enterprise funds, where will I find the SED?
I heard enterprise fund. I couldn't hear at the end there.
On page 35, sewer enterprise funds is the SED?
SESD?
Yeah, is that listed here?
Yeah, it's the South Essex
That's the
Sewer
South
District.
Essex Sewer District. That's the cost we pay the
Essex.
district.
Yeah, I don't see it.
$4 million, it's actually at the bottom of page 34, Dan.
4034.
Oh, okay,
Yep. 403, it's a $98,000 increase.
thank you. Okay. Any other questions?
So, I hope this doesn't sound good, but when we pay SESD, is it based on volume of the sewage that we send them?
It's based on volume, and it's also based on the concentration of our sewage. So a sewage that is actually has more chemicals, more contaminant, more debris in it, that costs more money to treat.
Well, I guess where I was going is, I'm presuming that because people are all home, working at home, so on and so forth, that the volume has gone up because of COVID. And I guess my question is, would the COVID relief that the town seeks cover that, potentially? Would that be a potential coverage point?
My guess is no, for a couple reasons. The relief to date has been, when the relief we're going to talk about at the end it has to do with supplanting loss of revenue.
Okay.
And I think it would be incredibly hard to identify, other than using trend, to try to determine what the difference would be. And at this point, I haven't seen anything related to the sewer specifically.
Well, if you say it's lost revenue versus increased expenses, then that's the answer, because we can increase expense.
This is actually increased revenue for the SESD. It's a higher assessment for us, but.
Just a question.
Yep.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add one more thing to that. We'll see it as a theme with the sewer, water, and electric, that our consumptions are coming in close to previous years. Our revenues are right on previous years, and we've seen a decrease in the commercial and an increase in the residential this year. So if you look at that, that percentage is off. However, the number of gallons gets close to what we've had in previous years.
Does the commercial pay the same rate as the residential?
Correct.
By the way, David's back online.
Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just two items for Mr. Lane, through you. The first is Frostfish Brook. I still see that there's some line items for that. Is that, I thought that project had been completed, the hardening of the banks.
So we've divided Frostfish Brook up into a multi-phase project. The phase that's being proposed this year is to pick up at the inlet by the high school, at the north side of the soccer fields, redo that inlet. There's 5 pipes that go in right there, and then continue that way.
Okay.
Up towards Wellesley Road and that. So that section has not been done yet. We've gotten up to there.
And Matt, we're actually we'll touch on that in the capital section just after this. That'll be one of the items that David presents.
And then the other item is, would that, the capital section also cover Canal Street? The Canal Street project?
So the debt, no, there's no debt, so the operating cost for that would be blended into the
Yes,
into the
yeah,
budgets,
the operating
water and
costs
sewer
of
budgets.
Canal Street is split between water and sewer
Yeah.
in these budgets.
So how is that project? What's the status of that in building out the new building?
So the building contract is complete for the staff building. That one's we've closed out that contract. It came in under budget. The garage building, we've redone the roof, redone the doors. We're using that for storage. All the equipment is in there. We have a binder paving on the parking lot. We have drainage is in place. We have yet to put a finished coat of paving. So that's our last thing to do on Canal Street.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Can I have a question for
sorry.
David? David,
Sure.
hi. Just a question, and I don't know if it's in this particular one, but it could be Public Works. I've just noticed, like, a lot of people have said to me, I noticed because I walk around town on the streets, the manhole covers, when people were plowing, you could hear them, they're actually breaking. So streets, they were never, excuse my ignorance, I don't really know, but didn't seem like they're raised too high.
Yep.
And now, I look at it like, now we have to, go and repair those manhole covers. If you take a drive around, or maybe Chucky Farrell takes a drive around, I can meet him and show him exactly where these manhole covers are that are breaking, but it's unnecessary cost for our town that the contractors that pave those roads should have been more conscientious of, putting those manhole covers down.
Sure.
I'll show you. If you want to just walk by Seneca Drive, down Ledgewood, and not Ledgewood, but Seneca Drive and Longbow, but you can see them, they're all breaking. And what was happening throughout the winter time is the plows were catching them, and they're breaking them more. What's going to happen, I'm in fear of someone's going to get hurt eventually, that those could maybe even just flip. So if someone could take a look at that.
Yeah, if you have specific ones, please send an email
I
to the
will.
town
Maybe I
manager.
can take some pictures and send them to you.
Absolutely like to, because we want to chase that. And it is one of our pet peeves to stay on the contractor, to get them right when we pave the road or resurface it.
Right.
You're right, get it right. Unfortunately, Mother Nature does, then we get them right, Mother Nature might heave them up a little bit, or they may sink. The street division and Chuck had to fix about a dozen of them on Elliott Street this year that all sunk. And I don't know if everybody drove down there, but they were all fine a year ago, and then they were all inch low this year. We had to pick them up. But those ones that are high, we want to get those, because you're right, the frames do break. We want to fix them before they
And my
break.
question is, when the contractors that we hire to do this work, do we make them put money aside? Does someone go out and re-inspect that, like a 10% holdback or something on their funds, that we go back and inspect it and say, that wasn't done properly?
Right.
Why should the town incur more expenses? We're all about budget and trying to save money, right?
Yep, nope, we need to work hard. Actually, we do pay when they're there, we have to put a level across them when they're done.
Okay.
And we need to work hard at that, to
I'll
make
take
sure
some
they're right,
pictures and
the right
send them
height.
to you.
We'll check on that.
Thank you.
All set? All right, town manager, next.
Okay, since Dave's up there, I'll let him.
Sure. On the water, again, the same staff as previous years. We do have, like the manager's told, the 2% cost of living increase and the 53rd week in there. The change is a less percentage here just because we have some younger staff, newer staff to us, so some of the salaries are lower just because of attrition of people. Operating expenses, you see, we're right on the number, trying to be right at level funded. We have had to look at the electricity. That was one of the biggest accounts we have to look at, and working on a 5-year average, especially at the treatment plant. And that electricity really depends on how much pumping we do and how many gallons of water we do to electricity. But electricity is based on a 5-year average, which is a big driver in this budget. And then, it seems like we talk about it every year, is that 52,706. And that's our sludge removal, which is going up again 10%. That's the minerals that come out of the drinking water at the treatment plant, so we filter that out. We do have a local contractor that is getting more expensive to use, and it's another contract where we believe we're on borrowed time, like the trash. We have a local contractor that does it very inexpensively. However, when we lose this contractor, they're getting elderly, the alternatives are more expensive. So it's another one that's in our radar screen, looking ahead 2 years of what are we going to be doing with our sludge, how are we going to manage that.
Questions? Maureen?
No, thank you.
Bill?
All set, thank you.
Gardner?
No, you explained all the outliers, thank you.
David, water operators incentive. Big increase last year, and then you decrease this year, 7,000.
Sure, that's contractual incentives that, based on what license you have. So it comes right out of the payroll system on what staff has what licenses that we pay that out. So it's based on actual numbers that we expect to happen for the year. So if it goes up or down, it's because we have more staff with certain licenses. We are finding, as we're hiring staff on, we need to hire them on and then train them in certain licenses, or hire them at a base level and train them higher. So that's one of the reasons why the decrease there.
21, are you actually going to spend the 31,000, or is that overinflated?
Rodney, it seems like that was a high number, is that? Oh, actually, so our business manager believes we're going to spend it this year. So it's a number that came out of the payroll system based on the union contract.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, next.
Next is electric, and I'll share a couple high-level thoughts and then turn it over to Dave. So page 42 in your budget books. Big picture, the projected sales are flat this year at around 300 million kilowatt hours. That's down. We were at 307 million kilowatt hours several years ago. So with the conversion of efficient fixtures and high efficiency appliances and the like, we continue to see the system operate efficiently, which is good, but it does result in flat sales. And like water and sewer, this is a division that is fully supported by the sales. The power contracts are coming in favorably. We had a report from David and Clint at a recent select board meeting on the cost of service study and how the timing with the power market right now worked pretty well. The pilot line is up this year. We're in year 2 of the approved 4-year phase-in of the pilot, increasing it from 0.25% of sales to 0.5% of sales. I believe it was adjusted previous to last year. It had been flat since 1995. We're at 3% depreciation again in this account. By law, we can fluctuate between 3 and 5% into the depreciation account to offset capital expenditures. And there's a breakout of the CIP on page 47 of the draft budget, which we can speak to when we flip over to the capital. I think those are the high points that I wanted to touch on. You'll see it's a relatively flat budget. Things are moving around within the budget. But with that, I would turn it over to Dave if you want to add anything, or we can go straight to questions.
Sure. I guess the only thing I wanted to add was that on the power supply cost, the cost for us to buy the power at the power plants has gone down for this year. However, the cost to get the power here, to rent the space on the transmission lines, that's gone up. So it's still, overall, it's a flat cost, but we did have transmission costs go up, and we're carefully watching those transmission costs in the future to make sure those don't go up. And we are watching, we had a very successful demand management program for years where we were able to watch our peaks. The amount of money we can save on that has drastically gotten a lot smaller. We were saving between $300,000 and $400,000 a year on that. We're unable to do that now because of how the capacity markets are working, not just for us, but for all the utilities. And that's, Steve, we should talk about operating. Do we want to talk about the capital on this now, Steve, or wait for?
I think we should you want to do it, what do you think, Ryan?
Do it now?
Sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, was there any questions on operating before we talk about the capital program on page 47?
Well, the power supply.
What was that?
Power supply.
Yes, sir.
Usually you give us a little breakdown of where it comes from. I didn't see one this year. How
sure.
much of it is nuclear from Seabrook?
Yes, so we have our pie chart of where our power comes from. We'll gladly get right out to the board.
I'd like to see that. Usually you supply that.
Sure.
That was probably our fault in stripping it down. We stripped out a lot of the...
I'm sorry?
That was our fault. It was
no,
part of
it's a
stripping
fault.
down the
I'd just like
PowerPoint,
to
but
see it.
yeah, we'll get it for you.
We should look too, there might be an opportunity to put that into the budget booklet in the narrative.
Right.
That might be something that folks.
And is there anything new and additional in power supply?
Sure, it's, the majority of it has stayed the same. We have had added renewable contracts. We had the Palmer biomass plant. We added a little bit more hydropower and a little bit of wind power, more wind power this year. Those increased. And then we also were able to, one piece that was natural gas, we're able to change it into a natural gas / nuclear contract at a lower rate. So we're able to do, that was a favorable contract that we're able to do. And the part of that contract that was nuclear also can be classified as non-carbon. We have 3 categories. We have renewables, we have non-carbon, and then the regular fossil fuel carbon fuels. So we're able to do that as a non-carbon fuel. And you'll see from our portfolio, we're well on to meeting the state guidelines on how much renewable we need to have and how much non-carbon we need to have. We're working right towards those state goals that are being approved by the governor right now.
Are those goals reasonable?
Yes, I believe they are. By looking at what we need to do as a municipal electric to meet those, everything looks like we're going to be able to meet those and still not have to pay a giant premium for the power. We have to pay maybe a little bit more than what the like spot market natural gas, but it's nothing that the markup isn't anything bigger that we can't afford with our current rate system.
The proposed climate change bill that the legislature has passed and sending back to the governor, how will that affect us, do you feel?
We've monitored that, and we've been very active on the pieces of that affect municipal electrics to make sure they treat municipal electrics a little bit different than they do the investor-owned utilities. And we've been very successful as a group, all of the municipal electrics, in getting pieces of that affect us to be cost-effective and meet common sense. So we're happy with it right now.
All right. Any other questions in the audience?
Yeah. So I look at this chart and I see, expenses. Are the expenses inclusive of the capital improvements or are those separate? Meaning, someone's been asking recently, you show a $2 million profit expectation for the year. Where does that $2 million end up going? I know the answer, but I want to hear the experts say the answer.
Sure. The capital program is funded by the last line on that chart, which is cut. That right now we're proposing $3.6 million to come from the operating expenses that will go into our depreciation fund. And that's 3% of our revenues, so that amount will go into a capital. And that capital improvement program is required by the DPU. We have to put in a range between 3 and 5%. Right now, we're putting in 3%, and that's meeting our capital program. So that $3.6 million goes into our capital fund that funds all the projects.
Okay, I'm not sure, maybe I didn't ask the question.
So, part of the, and I'll take a preliminary stab, and I think Peter's ready too. The revenue that exceeds expenditure, part of that, the pilot that has been paid to the town for many, many years comes out of that. And anything left like that becomes part of the electric version of our free cash. So it would make its way into either retained earnings or one of the other reserved accounts that the electric department maintains.
Right.
Is that fair?
Correct. And as all of our assets are depreciated over 33 years at 3%, which goes into the capital fund. So we're trying to replace that thing on a 33-year cycle.
Very good. Thank you.
Mark?
Use this one?
You may.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. You've just come onto my favorite subject of the town activities. And as you know, that I have been monitoring the activities, and I have interest in it because that's my background. The issue that I have is that the pilot program, basically, I don't know what you call it now, but it was $700 and some $12,000 for a long time. That was an agreement that was made with the electric company and the former town manager and the Board of Selectmen. Now, we have come to a point where our ratepayers are dedicating really rate money into a tax collection basically for the town. And, you know, at that time, it was the right thing to do. The thing is that over the last 3 years, that has evolved into a multi-million-dollar donation to the town coffers. And that is really ratepayers' money. I thought we were holding the municipal light company as a self-supporting activity that is for the good of all of the residents. Looking at the current increases that have been proposed and basically initiated in January, our rates for the residents have strategically not gone up, but there's a fee now that's included on every bill of $7.50, while the rates remain the same. So it's a charade that's happening. The thing is, after calculating what this $7.50, I'm talking only the residential, it's $1 million, basically. So instead of raising our rates, which are supposed to support the activities of the electric company, we have decided to put on a fee. That fee equals $1 million. The rates have not been changed, and the small business, the medium business, the large business, the rates are much lower than what the residents pay. So what we're doing here is we're taxing the residents for the use of the municipal light company. If you look at the budget and where the money is coming from, it looks like everything went up, everything went down except for the residential. This is something that the board has discussed in the past, but nothing has been done about it. The problem I see is that this is a hidden tax that the municipal light board or municipal light company has imposed on our use of the power company. And as far as I know, and I remember when this original pilot program was set up back in 95, 96, this was a agreed to amount, and I agree with that. But now we're raising everything. We've raised the water rates by 15%. We've raised the electric rates through this fee on an average of a small user about 19%. That's a number that's been quoted to me over and over again, and I just went through my own bills from last year and this year. That has been a significant rate increase. Now, you know that I have been, I don't know, I hate to do this, but a watchdog of the electric company. They have right now spent over $15 million in the past 3 years on items that are not necessarily related to purchasing and delivering power. They were spent on retirement funds. They were spent on meters that are failing all over the place. We are also invested in, with the water company, on the meters. Those are failing as well. So I'm just concerned that what we're doing is we're passing this budget because it's an easy thing to do. However, right now, as far as I remember from the last meeting, and I made the contact there's $22 million sitting in the bank that is not being used. It is all the reserves that the Municipal Light Board is holding. So I ask that this budget not be passed. It should be returned back to the Municipal Light Board, and the fees need to be adjusted to compensate for all the power that's being used, not just by the residents, but all of the users. The rates have not changed at all. So that's my concern, is that we're not watching out for our residents, our ratepayers, basically, electric company ratepayers. So that's why I'm here second time today, but this is something that's very important to me, and it's very important to the residents of this town. We need to adjust this, revise it, and return it back to the Municipal Light Board for reconsideration, because this is nothing other than a rate increase, and is being disguised by a fee instead of the rate increases. So I hope you take that under consideration, but at town meeting, I will not be able to vote.
Mark, I'd like you to go back to one of your statements, so for clarification. The business user...
I can't hear you.
The business user fee is less than the residential? Is that what you said?
No, the rates are much lower.
The rates are lower for the businesses.
Correct.
But I
The
thought you were
fees-
talking about the service fee on the meters.
The service fees, all I'm concerned about is there always have been service fees for the small, medium, and large businesses. However, now what we've done is we've imposed a $7.50 per bill. And if you count that up, there's roughly 9,000 to 10,000 users in this town. And if you add all that up, it's $1 million. Are we trying to replenish the pilot program by these fees? I mean, we're going in the wrong direction here. I thought the Municipal Light Board or Light...
You're starting to repeat yourself. Thank
Say-
you. David, any comments?
Just,
Response?
I think the board knows from our discussions, we didn't take, nor did the MLB take the implementation of the customer fee on residents lightly. We didn't like to do that at all, and it had been talked about for over 15 years. It just made very good business sense to do it, and it's the industry standard on doing things. And that's why we set it at a rate far lower than what was recommended to us. But with more and more customers using alternative energy, renewables, that's why we recommended using and implementing, putting that customer charge in. And we're going to do everything we can to keep those customers' bills as low as possible through the fuel charge. On the pilot is also something that was not taken lightly. There was studies of pilot across the Commonwealth in all the municipal electrics. We are by far not the highest pilot payment of any of them. We're right down in the middle of the pack. There's standards and laws on how that can be set, and there is value to the town of Danvers to have a municipal electric and costs. We should pay our fair share, and that's what the pilot does. It was carefully analyzed on what it should be, and great, there is an increase there. It's hard to take that. However, there was a lot of careful consideration performed on how to establish that pilot payment. And it's standard for all the municipal electrics. So not standard, every municipal electric in the state does it a little bit different. However, it happens in each place.
Thank you.
The last thing I do want to add is that we are, as far as we had to get through the customer charge and the rate thing, the next thing on our agenda is our cash reserve policies. We're actually working, our studies have addressed that. We're working with the finance director and our business manager to establish a policy that we can bring to the board of this is how we establish what our available balances in the bank is, and this is why it's set that way. Exactly like what your board has done with the town finances and the finance committee. So that's coming this spring.
Thank you.
The
Mr.
cash
Chairman,
reserve...
Excuse me?
May I make a comment as well? I was tracking at least 11 topics that Mr. Zubrick just raised in his statement. All of those have been discussed by this board, the Light Board. He referenced $22 million. I would also note The former chair of the Light Board agreed at Mr. Zubrick's request to spend $40,000 in ratepayer money on a financial audit. And it's on the town website. One of the conclusions was that we may not have sufficient reserves in place. I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Lane just referenced the fact that the Light Board will soon be taking a look at those recommendations to determine how those reserves should be allocated across key reserve categories so that they, like the town, will have financial policies in place. But I wanted to make that point very clear because it's been stated and I think it's a little bit misleading. I want to be very clear about that. The Light Board has conducted an audit. This is a study that's been done across both the Commonwealth and beyond, and based on the recommendations from that, they will be taking action on that front. I think that's all that I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add one thing, is that this rate increase or this fee inclusion was not even announced. We have had these municipal light board meetings in seclusion, and as you know, I've attended many of them in the past because I had interest in it. But since COVID and your restraint on holding public meetings, nobody knows about it. There wasn't even an announcement made in the newspapers or at the board meeting in January when these fees were started. I noticed it after your discussion at the meeting that you had, I don't know, about a month ago, maybe more. And I looked at the bill, and there is a fee in there. And I've made calls to the electric company, but I can't get any more information. They've locked me out. So I am very concerned about it. And as you know, I have been diligent about following what goes on with the electric company. And the electric company is run very well. I don't have any problem with that. The thing is, we have money sitting on the table that it really belongs to the ratepayers who have subsidized all of these contracts that have been made, and now the money has been returned, which is great. But that money belongs to the ratepayers, to the customers that we serve. Our service is great. The thing is that now we have stopped funding street signals, and that also was put on the electric company, and that shouldn't be. So my major concern is that I cannot, as a town meeting member, vote for this, and I'm going to speak up against it. But I think that whole fee structure needs to be returned to the municipal light board, and you had your own concerns, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. So the residents...
Well, I don't know that nothing's happened here, because I think it was our last meeting that David Lane discussed those fees. Mr. Clark, myself, and I think Ms. Bernard told us of our concerns and displeasure and asked them to go back to the authority that votes those. So
Well, it hasn't gone back because I've been watching
it just
that.
happened recently, Mark.
Well, recently
Please, look, Mark, thank you. We're all set on this. I appreciate your concerns, appreciate you bringing them to us, but we're going to move on.
I just hope the board takes some action because we need to return this back to the municipal light board. This fee is ridiculous. It's a rate increase.
Thank you, Mark.
And if that's what they need, that's what they should ask for. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment about this
Please.
fee structure, because it was brought to our attention at the last meeting, and I expressed some frustration with it. I just got 2 out of my 3 electric bills in the last week for my services for the farm. Now, granted, this time of year I'm using almost no electricity at the farm. However, I got $24 for 1 kilowatt hour. I was billed $24. That's a little ridiculous for someone who's got almost a passive accounts. Now, I'm going to be using a lot of power very soon when the greenhouse starts, when I start running the farm, et cetera. But for those 2 accounts, $24 for 1 kilowatt hour is ridiculous. When you look at the water department, if you have little use, you don't get billed as much. If you have a lot of use, you get billed more at a higher rate. And I think that's the way we should be going. And I remember Many years ago, we had a former town meeting member, the late Chucky Simpson, who tried to question the electric department budget at the town meeting, and he was shot down by the town council because it was not an appropriate venue to do that. The only venue we have is the electric light board, which is appointed by the town manager. And I also agree, not totally with Mark, but in some cases, if we have this amount of money out there, it maybe some of it should be returned to the rate player or being given a lower rate for a period of time until it's worked off. I'm not an expert in light. I got rid of the water I had in my farm because of the rate structure, and I don't use any town water. And I save about $7,000 a year at my farm because of that, and I haven't paid for water for maybe 10, 15 years. But electric, I can't do without it unless you let me put a big solar array on my farm and a windmill that can generate all the electricity I need. But this is an issue, and I think that we were blindsided by this extra fee thing that came on board. Sorry to be expressed about that, but I'm very frustrated to spend $24 for 1 kilowatt hour.
Not at all, and that's just like as directed by the board and the town manager, we're going to go back at the next municipal light board meeting and discuss it again, and make sure that we've talked it through and this is the right thing for Danvers.
Make sure it's known by the public, please, when they meet again.
Sure, I believe it's March 23rd, actually, but we'll get the public.
March 23rd?
March 23rd.
What time?
It is at 8:30 in the morning.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, I believe this one, Mr. Chairman, is still virtual. We're getting close, but this one is...
Still virtual?
Yes.
So just not to beat a dead horse here. Part of what was explained, and for those who may be watching who didn't watch the last board meeting, part of what Select Board Member Clark described is the reason that this fee has been discussed for 15 years is that the line services and the tech services divisions in Danvers can't maintain only the services in front of those properties that are heavy users. We cannot neglect, we may have a property that uses no electricity 8 months a year. We still have to make sure that the wires, the poles, and the services in front of that property are ready to go on a moment's notice when power is required. Getting the number right is complicated, but that's the very basic rationale for having a user fee, is that the system has to be ready for any and every user, whether they use 80,000 kilowatts a month or 8 kilowatts a month. Getting it right is hard. What the right number is hard, but that's an important point. And the second point, I want to just keep making this clear. The retained earnings that the electric light plant has, Mr. Zubrick has described them as exuberant and over the top. The electric light plant is not like the general fund. The general fund unassigned fund balance should be between 8 and 12% of our net operating revenue based on the types of services we provide. An electric system has to have a grid that is functional from corner to corner. It is subject to Mother Nature, natural disaster, etc. So the threshold for reserves in a light department are considerably different from what you would expect to see for your general fund. And it's all laid out in the report that can be found on the website. And I think, again, that report looked at the same number others have looked at and said, you may not have enough days of operating cash on hand if the worst were to happen to your light plant. So again, the right number is subject to interpretation, but the idea that our electric department is sitting on an inappropriate amount of reserves is not accurate. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a comment and realize that I'm not criticizing the electric light department. They're doing a wonderful job providing excellent, reliable service. It used to be a matter of whenever we had a storm coming in the winter and I had a greenhouse going and I knew I had 1 hour for heat left in the greenhouse. We haven't lost power for many, many years like that. I appreciate that. The other thing is there was a one-word solution to this problem that we lost 10 years ago. It was called Sylvania. They were the largest user by far in town, and we no longer have a user like that in electricity for the percentage of our amount. So it's a matter that we're subject to what's happened in the economy as well.
It's true.
Thank you. All set? Okay.
So for the final section, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Lane in just a minute, but the slide up on the screen shows when we talk about our capital, we're talking about the projects that we need to do on the town buildings, on properties, for our utilities. We're also talking about replacing our rolling fleet. So our capital outlay, this is going to be for trucks and cruisers and tractors and mowers. And we wanted to start by showing a comparison of what was approved in June at our most recent town meeting. That's the $4.9 million. what was requested in December based on our long-term plans, based on, for example, playground is due to be replaced, so that all comes through. And then once we look at our retained earnings numbers and our free cash numbers and make sure that we're staying in compliance with our policies and looking ahead to next year, what is included in this portion of the presentation is about $3.4 million in recommendations. So we're about $1.5 million lower than we were last year in terms of the capital projects that we're recommending. You'll see that capital outlay is up a little bit, and the part of the reason for that is with your rolling stock, unlike some of your stationary buildings, you reach a point with your rolling stock where not replacing it becomes even more expensive than replacing it. So we are increasing the recommendation this year in the capital outlay. As we'll see in a minute, some of that has to do with some radio replacement for the fire department. But this is kind of a high-level view of where we were, where we are, and where we're going. And with that, I'll flip over to the first section, which is capital outlay, and Mr. Lane can walk us through what's being proposed.
So Ron, do we want to do one more slide to the building improvements?
Do you want to start with an overview of, so there's a capital outlay, or am I?
Which one do we want to start with? Capital outlay? With the vehicle one?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we start on the vehicle capital outlay sheet, Rhonda, did anyone know what number that is?
That's on page 41 in your budget.
Page 41, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We've tried to work on that list and keep it as low as possible, but still stick to our guidelines. The Sanders are 10-year replacement approximately. The small trucks are between 9 and 10 years. Cars are 7 to 8 years, that kind of vehicle. At the top of the list, we have one of our Sanders, which is a 2012 dump truck. Actually, it's a dump truck with plow. Now that we have stainless steel Sanders, we're able to move the sander onto the new truck. So that would be just the dump truck and plow. The second item is in the streets division, a 3/4 ton pickup truck with the plow and a lift gate on the back. To replace that, it's 2014. We have 4 mowers here for the grounds division. So in 2014, that was the last time we did 4 mowers, and now those are all at the end of their life. And so we're looking to replace 4 mowers, and they range in size from a smaller 48-inch mower up to a 72-inch wide mower. So various sizes. We have 1 forestry pickup, which is a 2011 forestry pickup, which is deferred from last year. And then you will see underneath the mowers our message board. So we have 2 message boards in the department, which we're finding very valuable to have out and around town a lot. Is it 5?
Yeah, so no, it is 4. So we had, the original copy was 5 was requested. It was dropped to 4. We sent an adjusted one by email a couple days ago that had that change in there. But yeah, it's 4 vehicles.
Thank you. And then the 18 portable radios for the fire department. The fire prevention vehicle. And then last but not, and then the Endicott Park tractor. Endicott Park has 1 tractor, a small front-end loader with small backhoe on it, and this is a second tractor that they'd be using to maintain the property down there. They've been using a hand-me-down one of ours, an older tractor, but this would be replacing that essentially. And then on the schools, we have 2 passenger vans.
David, I don't know if you know the answer or not, but last year the 8-passenger van was $35,000. This year 2 is $65,000.
Yeah, so the price, I believe so that's 32.5, so it was 35,000 for 1 last year.
Right.
And so now they're looking at the prices that came in at 32.5.
32.5. Okay.
That's what they believe they can get them for.
Thank you.
We work with Keith Vernon in the school to help with that. Our Phil Gennaro and Rich Sousa work together on that with him. On the rate supported, we have one, it's a sedan, an SUV that we're actually looking to do either a hybrid electric or an electric vehicle on that for the water division to replace a 2011. This is the other third of the message board. Then you'll see a generator. This is we're trying to replace the 1989 generator, which was not able to be purchased last year. It was budgeted last year, but it was not able to be purchased. So that money went back into retained earnings, and we'll appropriate it again here, hopefully, or request it anyways. On the sewer, you'll see the other third of the message board. And then there's 2 vehicles in the electric, the rack truck with plow and 1 pickup. On the electric budget, we also, because it's a calendar year, we have a holdover. There's a bucket truck that was budgeted for last year. We'll be purchasing that during this year.
Questions, members of the board?
All set.
All set? All set? Mark?
The one question that I have is that over the years, we've always been asking the question of how many of these vehicles are being taken home and parked in private driveways. And I can understand police, fire, DPW, I don't know. How many of these vehicles are taken home to respond? That's one situation. But how many of these vehicles are taken home just for the sake of getting home?
So the list is established by the town manager, and he takes it very seriously. We go through it every year with him, the list of vehicles that are taken home. Every person that takes a vehicle home in the DPW is expected to respond when the phone rings and come back. The vehicles also are not used for personal use. They're only used to go back and forth to their home, to come back in to report to work. So we have 2 different sets. We have approximately 6 vehicles that are of a administrative vehicle, something like myself, that take it home. The others are marked trucks that are set up with tools those are the on-call people they're on call 24 hours a day. If their phone rings, they must come in. So it's approximately around 14 vehicles totally, I would say. We need to check that further, get the list, but that's about what it is.
Okay, because I've had the question raised to me, and I don't know. The issue has been an ongoing issue over the last 20 years, and the thing is, it seems to have been pushed aside, and I'm just concerned that if they're used for response, that's great. But if they're just used to commute back and forth between the yard in the electric company or DPW, or now the water department, they have their own trucks. So everybody's got trucks. The thing is that residents are concerned about them being used for the proper service. And I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
We're done with capital outlay?
Do you want to go back to that?
Are we all set? What's next?
David, did you finish going through the list, or were there?
Yeah, that was the complete list.
So I think the next is going to be the buildings improvement list this year?
So the building list, you'll see, is a modest list. It's much lower than what we've asked for in previous years. We've worked hard at that, and to be honest, we actually have a number of projects that were funded last year that we haven't gotten to yet. However, as I say that, I really want to do a shout out to our buildings division. Rich Sousa heads it up, Leaf Rockner, Hayden Warren, all the crew in that buildings division have just had their world flipped upside down this year. Where all the extra cleaning they do and the treatment, whether it's going to be school, hybrid, not hybrid, switching around, and they've just done it flawlessly, whatever was asked, and they just did it. And I'm very proud of that division, and Leaf and Hayden and those guys just did it all. So we have some catch up to do on the projects from last year. We're meeting on that already, and there's a few projects that we added to the list this year. They're the must-dos that we feel are must-dos. That's why they're recommended to you folks tonight or today. And on those items, the buildings modification, the $20,000, That's the catch-all, that we don't spend any money out of it without town manager approval. That's for a change in office or something that comes up that we can't predict. The second item is the engine 2 40-year-old generator and transfer switch. So we finally need to replace that. The people that help us maintain that have been after us for a number of years to try to replace it, but we've been fixing it. So it's time to replace the 40-year-old generator and transfer switch. Right here in this building, on the original part, we had a piece of the copper roof that was repaired and leaded when we did the building over. We had a storm, that roof was damaged. It's not high enough to be an insurance claim or anything like that, and we've patched it. However, we believe it's worth getting up there and redoing that copper roof, getting it down. It's expensive. The estimates are coming in at $50,000, but we think it's prudent to do it to the front of this building, get that copper roof back where it needs to be. Riverside School, we did the roof up at Highlands. Everyone found out once we got into that roof, we found more things that needed to be fixed than expected. So we were able to get through the project. We had the MSBA money. We were able to get it in under budget. Thank goodness to the MSBA money. However, we all knew that the Riverside roof was coming after that. What we're proposing is to spend $30,000 to cut into that roof, explore it. We need to find out what's going on with that roof so that we can come forward with a recommendation on what's the best way to improve this roof. I would love to sit here and say, hey, we can do a go-over with rubber and some insulation and do that. However, I don't know that without getting up there and studying that roof, or having some professionals do that. So we're recommending to spend $30,000 to do the engineering of that roof. The money wouldn't be spent poorly. It would be in preparations for design plans. Everything we found, everything we measured, and it would be put right into the design plans, and we recoup that in the engineering costs when we get to what we need for a new roof. The next one is finishing off the Riverside carpet replacements. This is the carpet that goes back to the 1999 or 1998 renovation, and replacing the carpets with the vinyl tile. And then last is the classroom modifications. We put various amounts in this, from $15,000 to $25,000, and settled on $20,000 this year for the unexpected things that come up in the schools. We'd be glad to take questions.
Anyone? Go ahead.
To be the skunk at the lawn party, but I'll ask the question. This estimate right now is
Mark,
much
to the chair,
lower.
please. Mark, to the chair, please.
This estimate right now is much lower than we've typically had in the past. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and?
Significantly lower. The thing is...
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarification, what estimate are we talking about? For the roof?
No, for the whole capital improvements.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, this is just buildings.
I know.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking at. And the thing is that this is really planned for 21 to 22, correct?
Correct.
And what happened with the building improvements that were funded last year? And I'm just wondering whether there was any acceleration of those, or were they done at all? Because we had no school, we had no open buildings, and I'm just wondering, how much of the funds that were voted in by town meeting last year were used, and is that going to become free cash if it wasn't used?
Mr. Manager?
So there were staff in these buildings for the past year, just to be clear. So these buildings weren't sitting vacant. Mr. Lane already indicated that our buildings division had to drop everything and focus on building safety, PPE, precautions, et cetera. So they have some catch up to do on some of the approved projects. So it's a modest request this year for two reasons. One, we're very cautious this year in terms of what we appropriate out of free cash. But as Mr. Lane said, we also have some projects from last year that we haven't gotten to yet. And note, these do not go back to, once these are appropriated as capital projects, they sit in the capital reserve account until the project is either completed, and funds can then be voted back by town meeting out of those funds, but they don't automatically fall to free cash now.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, also, five of six of these, four of them are...
I can't hear you.
Of this list, 4 of them are schools and one's in the fire department. All those buildings had people in them, not just staff. The school has children in it 4 days a week. The high school has children in it 4 days a week. Riverside School has children in it. So to say these buildings have been empty is an inaccurate statement.
Well, I'm not arguing that point. My point is that while the buildings were stagnant, why didn't we do some of this stuff as was budgeted last year?
I think we already heard that they got put on to other duties related to COVID. It's not like nothing was done. And as the manager says, the money will sit there till the projects are done, or it'll come back to town meeting to vote to send it back.
I'll be looking out for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Chairman, we have an audit of what we got done so far, what we haven't got done, that's been provided to the manager and the finance director. We're carefully looking at that list, and we have a long tenure, DPW town. We want to get done what the town voted.
You provide the
And that's what we're
town manager
determined
with a
to
copy to send to the board, please.
do. Sure.
All right.
On grounds improvement, at the top of the list this year is doing the renovations at the Brown and Memorial Fields. Actually, we have a multi-year rotation going around to do what's more than routine maintenance at 1 or 2 of the ball fields each year. Those are the 2 that have been recommended based on discussions with DPW, the crew, recreation, the users of the fields. This would be a combination of, we would recommend funding $20,000, and leagues will also kick in money towards this. The finance is going to kill me, but we're hoping for $5,000 from the leagues. That's what it sounds like. The leagues will donate towards this. And this involves cutting back the infield, taking the hump out that gets generated underneath the sod, resodding around the infield, getting the baselines back correct again. So we do routine maintenance each year, and then every 5 to 6 years we need to go back and do a more extensive renovation. So we propose it on those 2 fields. The second line item is the rail trail maintenance, the resurfacing. We've put various funds in each year. This year we'd recommend $8,000, which is the same as last year, to do work on the rail trail. This is mostly work, it's done by DPW crews. However, we need to buy drainage pipe, we need to buy some surfacing, sometimes hire tree crew to help us. We work with the planning department and also the rail trail committee to look at the list of what we need to do and prioritize that list, and then come to an agreement on what are the most important jobs to do on that rail trail. One of the ones that is in design right now they're working on is over right off Poplar Street, right there as it goes to a parking lot. We have a drainage issue there, and obviously we really want to still look at the drainage up off of Wenham Street, just north of Wenham Street, going through the cut where the railroad track goes through there. Very flat, water sits in there. That's near the top of the list to work on that also, improve that area. The tennis courts were done over here over at the high school in 2015. We looked at it. They do have one crack that's down the center of it, right under the nets. We're proposing to correct that crack, and also it's time to refinish that surface. We're working with the recreation department and others. They really want to keep the tennis courts at the high school in a #1 condition, not let them fall into disrepair or fall into being like a second-tier court. To do that, it's been since 2015, it's time to resurface it and put the new lines in. Not inexpensive. To do the coatings, to do the lines, it's expensive. However, it was, as you can see, pushed up to 3rd on the list, and that's after meeting with the manager, everybody, and $27,000 is recommended for that. Over at Endicott Park, the Friends of Endicott Park and the staff down there have done a lot of work on the children's barn. Anybody going by can see it's really looking beautiful. It's all together is a $177,000 project. And to continue to work in a partnership with those volunteers that are working, with the staff and all that, we're recommending the town appropriate $27,500 so that we can do most of the work on the roof and some siding repairs. This would be our piece of a much bigger project to get that children's barn back in a number one shape. And then last, that will be funded through the WUMP program is replacing the bubblers. We're going around trying to replace all the bubblers in the playgrounds with the new modern ones. And right now, the places I have that have been recommended is the one at Great Oak and the one at Plains Park. Replace those bubblers, and we do that through that water management program.
The Intercot Park bond was not $150,000 donated by Rotary in 2 installments of $75,000 each towards the project.
That was, yep, that's toward the renovation of the barn itself, and this is for the roof.
And this is the leftover to get that whole building done?
Yeah, so the Friends are taking care of, they've basically rebuilt and re-sided the barn, and this is to replace the roof on top of that barn as well.
Okay, great. Any other questions? No? Okay, next.
Pavement and sidewalk management?
Pavement management. Before we talk about this, which is the non-Chapter 90 work, we do need to start out with the Chapter 90 work and the utility work that we need to get going on this spring. We appreciate everyone's patience with Hobart Street. Tried everything we could to get that paved last year, and with the holdups on the gas company, everything, it just could not be paved before the winter came. It was patched as good as it could be done, but the crew has been out there getting ready. Hobart Street's going to be on the top of our list. And let's not forget our West Danvers friends out on West Street and Green Street. They do utility work out there. Those are going to get right. We're right on those streets also this spring. In addition to, we have a whole another list of streets that we're getting out there. So between the Chapter 90 funds and the utilities, we'll be spending over $500,000, between $500,000 and $750,000 on roads this spring to get caught up on, to get repaved on that for Chapter 90. This program will, the $248,000 will replace all the small parts and pieces of paving around town. The broken curb, broken sidewalk, heaved sidewalk, and roadway patches that we have to do. An example of roadway patches was up on Oberlin and Cornell. Those roads are right now, they're getting close to needing to be repaved, but we need to do the water main. We got to get a few more years out of them. So we use this account to do significant patches up on those streets. And as we do it all the way around town.
Questions? No. Next.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, one question. Do you publish the streets in the order in which you're going to approach them on the websites, on the town's website?
So actually, the Director of Operations, Rich Sousa, who joined us, he is working on a press release right now on the Hobart Street paving, on how that's going to start, and then we're going to follow that up with a press release on the Green Street, West Street. Right as soon as, we don't like to do it until we know approximately when it's going to be done. If we know they're going to be able to pave in May, then we'll send something out, press release that you guys would all get.
But I guess the question I'm asking is, if people don't know, if they don't catch the press release, we have capital improvements. We fund them, we list them, and we have an idea of the timing in which we're going to approach them. Do you at least put on our website, other than the fact that it's in the budget, somewhere that says this is what we're planning to do? Hey, we're DPW, this is what we're planning to do this year. So people have a reference point to go back and look.
That's a good point. I'll work with the assistant town manager, and maybe we need to do a better job on that. Put it right on the website.
We also talked about doing that when we talked about the double pole replacements. You have an organization, you know what you need to do. You each actually have some idea of, and I don't mean you have to tell them what week or day. You could even say Q1, Q2, Q3. People are interested. If someone will say, hey, when are they going to repave Hobart Street? Whatever they say. Well, you can look there. It's on the list or it's not on the list.
I think that's a good idea, that we need to look at more. I agree.
Next.
I think we'll give Dave a break and call Colby Cousins, our IT director, up to the microphone for a quick spin through the tech warrant.
Before you go there, could I make a comment, Dan? Before David Lane goes, but also just for the whole budget process. You know, when Mark Zuberg was talking about, taking the cars home, and people are really, really sensitive, just like our employees are sensitive about money, being appreciated, what's going on. being taken advantage of by government. It is not a very comfortable time for everyone, and appearances are very important. So it's important for us as being government to be as transparent as we can to allay people's fears and suspicions that we are wasting money. Well, you know, I think that the precision by which this budget, the whole budget process is prepared, and indeed, watch David Lane go through his meticulous and I think extremely genuine, sensitive explanation of how things have been decided and what work is going to do next. I think that it does a lot, and it does the best we can. I'm not like the rest of the people that go to social media every day and know how to keep informed, because I don't know that people my age group, I mean, I do email and, talk on the cell phone, but I want to say that doing the best we can is what we can only do sometimes. And the way this whole thing is put together and presented, I think it's very, very well done. So I want to applaud once again the town manager and the team, and especially now look at David Lane. I've been listening to him for 7 very careful years, and the way it's presented does a great service to the overall interest and concern of the townspeople that we are properly spending the money that they have a very, very scary time trying to produce for us, especially by way of real estate taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, Colby?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Chair.
Welcome.
We're looking at the technology plan.
Speak
here.
a little closer to the mic.
We're looking at the technology plan here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
The general government request is $137,000. The Danvers Public Schools is $100,000, and the library is $13,000. That's a total of $250,000.
How does that compare to last year?
That's a $111,000 reduction from last year.
Less, okay. Thank you. Other questions?
Nope.
No? Mark?
Mr. Chairman, we got the numbers for each institution, but what does that really include?
Good question.
What are we talking about?
Colby?
So for general government, we're looking at a phone system for the senior center, our Office 365 licenses, and our support contract on our data center. The schools are looking at iMac desktop replacements, replacement projector for the auditorium, and I believe some laptops too to go with them. And the library is doing some laptops and their regular replacement cycle and some software licensing.
So what I'm hearing is that this is mostly for computers and laptops. However, this morning we heard from the library that they had some unexpected telephone charges that came through.
Of $500.
Well, whatever it was.
That's what it was.
Unexpected. Well, in their budget, that's a lot of money. So I'm just wondering, how is this, you said general government, there's going to be telephone system. How is that going to affect the costs that they're going to incur?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I can take that question. So just a quick note to the board. One of the things I just realized, this is the first time we've done capital as part of our budget workshop. Normally, by the time we review this, you would have had the narrative. So if we do this format again next year, we'll make sure that the narratives accompany this particular slides so that you can see. What Ms. McGeorge said earlier this morning was that after the phone system replacement was completed, they realized that they had not budgeted for the maintenance contract. So mistakes happen. Mr. Cousins has been overseeing the replacement of phone systems across the organization. We have a standalone article this year for one of the school systems, but I do think the details certainly would have been helpful coming in. So that's something obviously that would have made this a little clearer. We would never expect the board to vote on words like this without the detail. So that is coming. It's being prepared, and in hindsight, it should have been on a slide. So that's on us.
Thank you, Mark.
That's absolutely correct, and I appreciate that. Thank you. But the thing that I'm trying to get at is, in the past, we've had laptop computer requests, and this was all part of the technology plan in the last 2 or 3 years. And now, all of a sudden, we're moving from the schools to this budget plan, technology plan. And is that all-encompassing now?
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Colby get into the details, but the tech plan has been a standing warrant article for at least 10 or 15 years, and there's always a breakout between schools, library, and town. And Colby can speak to, we have replacement cycles for every piece of equipment the town owns and operates, so we know roughly how many pieces need to get turned over each year. Some years we do more, some years we do less. We also budget for unanticipated replacements that occur throughout the year. Colby, I don't know if you want to get any deeper than that, but certainly every item in here is either failed or is due based on the replacement cycles that these organizations keep.
Yeah, that's correct.
But the point I was trying to make is that we have been used to seeing technology plans for the schools, for the town government in the past as separate warrant articles.
So this will be a warrant article. The slight difference in format today is, rather than walking through the budget and then waiting a month to talk about some of the standing articles, we decided this year to share it now as we make our way through the process. But I think the detail needs to accompany the presentation, obviously, moving forward. So this will still be a standalone warrant article when we get to town meeting, Mark.
But will there be other articles for the education, for the town government, and, for computers and printers?
We are going to have, I think we do have a school phone article.
School phone system.
That will be standalone, and that's been typically the case when we have larger standalone projects, they will show up. This is generally, tech plan is a little misleading. You need to think of it more like the first year of your capital plan. Your capital budget is year one in your capital plan. We have plans for the replacement of all of our technology, and the tech warrant is the funding source for that particular year that you're in.
So in the future, will the other ones go away?
Nope, it's just like we have fire trucks that are $1.26 million get funded as standalone warrant articles. Cruisers and dump trucks that are part of our ongoing capital get funded through the capital outlay. It's exactly the same thing with technology.
Thank you.
Is that like servers too, right?
So
Things like
yeah,
that, right?
we've done like the fiber project. In recent years has been large enough that it's been a standalone. Like a data center replacement might be a standalone because of the price tag. So if it's routine, it'll tend to go through the tech plan, which is our standing IT warrant article.
But that will fall under the general government, right?
Correct. Well, it depends. Sometimes some of these servers that are used can be split in different ways. Yeah.
Okay, next.
Thank you, Colby.
Excellent. You want me to take the? Yeah. The
I'm
school
sorry. Yeah,
phone
we're going to
system
take
replacement.
I was going to give this to Stephen King, but I think he'd probably have you talk about the school phone replacement project.
Yeah, so the school phone system replacement project, portions of that system are aging and coming end of life in October. So it's important for us to replace that system before it goes end of life and end of support. So that's $150,000.
What schools?
That includes all of the schools.
And the high school?
And the high school, yep.
Why do they need to be replaced?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The question is, why is the high school is one of the newer schools? He's asking why the phone system there needs to be replaced with the others.
It's one phone system for the entire district that sits at the high school. And so that system serves all of the buildings. And portions of that system are aging and need to be replaced. They'll be end of support. So just the whole system needs to be replaced.
Excuse my ignorance. We build a school, we put a phone system in, and that services all the other schools? And now it's got to be replaced?
Yep, so we serve phone service over our fiber optic network to each of those other buildings. and they have a survivability router in each one of those buildings. So if they get cut off from the fiber, they'll still have phone service. So it's a complicated system that spreads out through the whole district. So it is a rather large investment to replace it.
So when will you expect to come back to replace this system again in the future?
Probably 7 to 10 years.
7 to 10.
And I think one of the ways to think about it too, we were doing this in Avon when I was there, and we've been doing it on the town side, is we're going from copper to fiber. So we're not going copper to copper or fiber to fiber. So as we switch these phone systems over to a fiber-based system, we won't necessarily need to replace the infrastructure in 5 to 7 years, but we might replace the system that runs on top of that infrastructure. So what he's describing is what we've been doing on the town side, which is systematically moving the departments onto the voice over internet so that it merges with email. You can send voicemails back and forth. You can transfer calls between buildings instead of having to hang up and call on a 9-digit number. You can transfer these calls back and forth. So we're catching up on implementing a modern phone system for the different buildings.
Thank you. Any questions on the board? No. In the audience? Okay. Mark?
Mark Zubrick. The question I have is, by replacing, this is going back to the high school and some of the schools that have new systems already. What improvements is this going to provide except for converting to fiber optic instead of cable like we used to have with AT&T or whoever else was providing the service?
Well, the system's going to be very similar to the system that we have now.
Right.
The real reason that we need to replace it is because portions of that system are going end of life and end of support, and we won't be able to get support on the existing system anymore. So if we have any issues with it,
I thought that's the reason why we converted to the fiber optics in the past, 3 years, I think. It was recent.
so that we could centralize phone service. That's the reason for the conversion to fiber optics, so that we could centralize phone service and distribute it over our fiber network to all of these buildings.
Are we improving the system, or are we just changing it? That's the question I have.
Because it's a newer technology, there are some improvements to the system. Some of those will be seen in remote work, the ability to use soft phones outside of our infrastructure, the ability to still use your phone as if you were on premise, that type of thing, some remote capabilities.
I'd say a couple more recent examples too. During this pandemic, with some of our users on the newer phone system, we've been able to do call forwarding out of our phone system to employees who are taking COVID-related calls over the weekend. With some of our remote meetings, we've been able to use the new phone system to have people patch in that way. So part of it, as Kobe described, the support for cable-based, copper line-based phone systems is fading away and being replaced. We reached the end of a system. You don't want to be shopping on eBay to replace parts for your phone system. So there are certainly there are advantages, as well as the fact that as the environment shifts, you can't remain with the system you had 20 years ago, because you'll be alone on an island and there's no support. The other thing which we're not prepared to speak to today is the cost model for the systems. It was true in my old in Avon. It was true here. You have copper line systems. You're paying $35 per line. So as you start to shift from a line-based system to more of a data-based system, it changes the cost model. We've eliminated a lot of lines that we were paying for many years that went nowhere. And until you have the ability to start pulling them out of the wall and accounting for them, so there are savings as you go through these transitions as well. And that's something we could pull something together if that's an area of interest for the board.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, one last question. Is that $150,000 total, that's what it's going to cost us to convert?
Yep, that's the total cost.
Okay.
Thank you. Next.
Unless Colby wants to talk about John George Park, I think now it's...
I'll leave that one to Steve.
The town engineer, Stephen King, will walk us through the next few projects.
Welcome, Stephen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Steve King, town engineer. The warrant article presented for the John George Park stabilization is part of the shoreline restoration project at the John George Park. This is actually requesting for funding for a 25% match from the MVP grant. As you may remember, last year we became an MVP community, Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Community. And in one of the workshops that we conducted in 2019, we had this park and the shoreline as one of our priority projects. We did talk about last year also trying to present this as a warrant article, but we felt it may be more beneficial to start looking at the design and the study of how we can actually stabilize the shoreline at the park, utilizing outside sources. We first looked at applying for a coastal zone management grant. We ended up not getting that. We think we have a better shot this year going for the MVP grant. So this is actually a 25% match of the projected design cost. Submit an application for the MVP grant to study the shoreline stabilization project.
So this is a 25% grant?
25% grant, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, next. Thank you.
Frostfish Brook, I think David Lane had spoke a little bit about it, but this actually goes into the third phase of the brook restoration project. This is actually taking care of everything upstream of the Cabot Road culverts near the high school, heading towards Dartmouth Street, and also a small section of the airport branch, which basically starts at the head wall, upstream head wall at the Cabot Road culverts, heading towards Burley Street. And we received estimated design costs and construction costs from our consultant, and we're presenting that article as that's what we expected the cost to go out to bid, advertise, and finish the construction. CCTV and cleaning, that's our annual asset management program for our sewer wastewater collection system. We annually inspect our sewer mains to make sure there's no leaks, no spot repairs are required, and also helps us evaluate our next phase of CCTV lining projects and rehab projects for our wastewater collection system. And then the annual drainage maintenance is what we put in for our repairs on our stormwater infrastructure systems every year.
Questions, board members? Audience? Mark? Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just another question about Frostfish Brook. So I think one of the reasons the town has been performing this work is because adjacent property owners over time had been throwing yard waste and other debris into the brook. It's considered to be wetlands, I believe. This is a question to DPW through you, Mr. Chairman. Is the town monitoring the phase 1 and phase 2 to ensure that these adjacent property owners haven't continued that behavior of throwing debris into the brook, which would negate the...
We've actually found we have a number of watchdogs up in the Woodville neighborhood that have contacted the DPW office, the Director of Operations, and so we'd encourage people to keep doing that. If you see somebody doing that, call us up and we will respond. The brook is in great shape now, we want to keep it that way. Right. So if we get calls about people dumping stuff in, we'll get right out there and try to enforce that not happening.
Okay. And then just a follow-up comment related to that, depending on residents to kind of report that isn't always 100% effective. And this, I have a thought that would apply to this situation, but also to all wetlands in town, and that is during the winter months when there's no when the leaves are down, that the town use some type of drone system to map out these areas so that over time they have like a baseline initially, and then they could quickly identify any violations when they occurred. Thank you.
Stephen, do we have aerial photography pictures of these areas?
Mr. Chairman, as part of our MS4 permit, we're required to annually inspect all our outfalls, and in that situation, we actually have to get into the brook to make sure that they're operating correctly, as well as we're testing for water quality. So this is something we do every year. We annually inspect not all 250 outfalls, but we get a third of them each year, and we go along each of the brooks and rivers, streams in the town of Danvers to make sure the water quality is right, and also that we don't see any damming or debris that's getting thrown into the brooks.
So it's monitored on a 3-year basis, you get everywheres.
Can you say that again?
Within 3 years, you get to every spot?
Yeah, that's the pace we're on now. We're hoping to actually be a little bit quicker, but right now that's how long it takes us to find every outfall in the town.
Thank you. Yes, Mark?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman. This brook is the one that runs behind the football field,
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
and it runs across the Cabot and out that way, right?
The main Frostfish Brook runs towards Wenham Street, and then there's side branches that go off towards the Cherry Hill area, and then also the airport branch.
You know, so in relation to the other questions that have been raised, I know that we had meetings with the town selectmen and DPW and the school department in regard to the fencing that was supposed to be installed on the property line of the football field and the school property, so there won't be any crossing coming across, because there's public crossings are made up of boards across the brook, and that's what gets everything bottled up in there. I've asked David Lane myself about some fencing that is at the end of Trinity, I believe. I think you remember that. And that's where a lot of the debris and everything else is coming in to that brook, because there are, planks of, lumber floating in there. And the general public in there worries about somebody getting hurt in that area. And I was hoping that you can say that there will be fencing, and if you need a gate to access it, that's your prerogative. But the residents do need that fence in there, because that protects them.
Sure, we have the bottom line, the perimeter fence around the high school. Everyone knows we did not replace that as part of the new high school project. We have funded parts of that. We started out on Burley Street and came up a ways, but we haven't done the whole perimeter fence. That's a project still on the list to look at sometime, when we can afford it, and do that. As far as when the Frostfish Brook project is designed and that culvert, the town engineer will look at fencing around that to see if we need fencing around that inlet to make it so that inlet stays as clean as possible. That hasn't been fully designed yet, so he needs to look at that and work on it. And we're going to have to continue, as coming years, look at the rest of that perimeter fence, is when we can do that, when we can afford it.
Well, the thing is that I'm bringing it up because when the high school football field was being installed, that was a major concern by the local residents. And all kinds of promises were made at that time that something will be done about it. But the question is, when is it going to get done? I mean, this was 5 years ago. So that's my concern. And that brook does need to be dredged and riprap installed to prevent it from eroding the properties. But you need to protect the neighbors as well.
Thank you. That's it on capital projects. Water capital.
So on water capital, the first one you see emergency interconnection, rehabilitation. This is mostly a study and design of our existing Cabot Road tie-in with Conant Street tie-in with Beverly, and also the Water Street tie-in with Peabody, the city of Peabody. We obviously know those are very important to us and vital to our water supply as emergency backups. It's been a few decades now since we've actually made any improvements in rehab to the existing stations. We'd be upgrading the communications and SCADA controls in there, upgrading the valves as well, and also bringing it up to entry compliance for confined space.
Stephen, what road connecting to Peabody?
Water Street.
Water, thank you.
Yep. At the bowling alley.
Excuse me?
Water Street at the bowling alley.
At the bowling alley, thank you.
And Conant Street.
Yep, I heard that. All right, thank you.
The state hospital valve and vault rehab project. This is at the state hospital reservoir. We have an existing Parco valve that helps regulate the flow levels from the tank as it drawdowns and fills with the water treatment plant. This is also imperative of how we operate the Folly Hill tank as well within our distribution system. Right now, the vault, again, is another one we need to bring up the code for entry compliance and confined space compliance. We also manually have to operate that valve, and we're looking to upgrade the valve to make sure we can operate it remotely from the treatment plant using SCADA controls. So this would help us alleviate any issues having a person actually have to go in there and turn the valve over. We actually can't tell the actual the level of closure or openness that the valve has as we operate it, unless we see it through our system back at the treatment plant. This is also another project that we've had on the warrants for a few years. We haven't fully got it to town meeting, and we're looking to put it on town meeting this year. Lakeview Ave Booster Station. This is a station that was originally put in with the subdivision. This is a study and design to look at actually rehabbing it in place or fully removing the station, putting in a new one, and then doing the final design on it. Again, this is a system that has older type controls and pumps that still work, but need to get updated with the new technology, new SCADA controls, new panels, new electrical panels, and services to the pumps and the fire pumps. So we're looking to do a study and design to see how we can rehab that existing station.
Questions on the board?
A question?
Yes.
The, what you call a state hospital valve and vault rehab, is there any provision being made there to put a manifold above ground level such that the fire department might have access to that water directly? Several years ago, when the buildings were being constructed up there, one of them caught fire, and the fire department had to pump water up from down on Maple Street with pumpers from Topsfield and Middleton. When they connected them to the system, the automatic pump on top of the hill shut off because there was enough power coming out, or enough pressure coming up from down on Maple Street, which is about 150 feet lower than the top of the hill, where if you have a manifold right up there at that reservoir, you may have no pressure, but you're not losing 75 pounds pressure getting up there. It's right there. I know I asked this question to your predecessor on a couple of occasions, had an engineer who worked for Stone & Webster, not Mr. Zubrick, tell me that the possibility was going to be they could put 4 manifolds up there, or 4 hose connections up there, so that if they had a fire up there, they could take care of it. Back years ago when they were first doing that construction, a former selectman and myself asked the fire chief and the former town manager if they'd do a pressure test up there to see how long they could sustain water to the trucks, and they wouldn't do it because they couldn't do it. And what I understand is they had 90 seconds of water, and it was then no longer able to pump into the quint that we had at the time. So I hope that there's some provision thought of, at least, to put a manifold up there above ground surface so they could connect a hose line if they had to, and then draft the water directly out of that reservoir if there were another fire up there.
Yes, again, it's a study and design to see what we can do to improve that station. There is going to be some significant water main work up there in order to install that vault, so we could definitely look at that as we're going through the process of doing
I think it would be well worth looking into for the protection of the residents that live up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else in the audience? Nope. Next.
So that's it for the capital, and the
Thank
last
you,
thing
Steve.
we wanted to just touch on briefly before we go to votes. Select Board Member Clark asked at the beginning of the day about the federal aid package that is recently signed into law. And I provided the board copies in their agenda packets for Tuesday. You should have received that yesterday. a front and back summary from the MMA. So there is still considerably more that we do not know at this point than we do know. But the American Rescue Plan Act, this is the $1.9 trillion stimulus package that was passed last week, includes funds for states, counties, and municipalities to do a couple of things. We've seen language about backfilling revenue lost as a result of the pandemic, and also allowable uses for infrastructure type projects. We expect the definition of that to be broad, but we haven't seen any details yet. A couple of points I'd make. The revenue replacement is complicated. We talked at the beginning of the day about what we had budgeted in years past versus what is in the budget now. We can quantify that, but there will most certainly be criteria that the Treasury will want to see in terms of calculating that, so we don't know yet what that's going to look like. We also don't yet know how broad the definition of these infrastructure projects will be. I think one of the lessons learned, and obviously President Biden saw this as the Vice President under Obama when the American Recovery Act was passed. One of the major concerns that was raised coming out of that was that the nature of the funding for shovel-ready only projects severely limited the type of work that towns and cities were able to do. They had a lot of needs that they couldn't go after. We ended up using it to fund our smart meter program in Danvers, which was probably a much better use than a lot of communities were left with. It appears that there will be a lot more flexibility this time, so we have to assume that that was a lesson learned coming out of the last recession. So there may be an opportunity to revisit some of the deferred capital maintenance that we've done or had. You saw on a previous slide, we're funding about $1.5 million less in capital work this year than we did last year. Every year we have items on our replacement schedule, maintenance schedule that we don't get to. So we'll be reporting as we learn more about this in the months ahead. It appears there may be several appropriations related to this, but it's too early yet to really know what that's going to look like. So there won't be any implications for the town meeting that we're preparing for, but it is possible that by the time we get to the fall town meeting, we'll have both the guidance and some options for the board to consider when it's making some recommendations to town meeting. So again, I think one of the keys here, I think it makes me not entirely popular within my manager group, is that backfilling loss replacement is important, but what's more important is for those entities that generated the revenue in the first place to get back on their feet. So for the aid to supplant towns and cities' lost meals tax is good. That'll help with the fund balances moving forward, but it's better if those restaurants are functioning again and they're generating the business they need to replenish the revenue line. So we know there'll be some revenue implications. We also know there will be opportunities for infrastructure costs, but again, it's premature at this point to guess what that's going to look like. So if you have questions, we can try to answer them, but we know about what you know based on the guidance that we've seen so far.
So I think at this time, we'll take a 5-minute break to stretch our legs and clear our heads, and then come back. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Manager.
In show business, they say it's all over but the crime, but I think for us, it's all over but the voting. And if you turn to page 48 in your budget book, you'll find the table of appropriations. We could try to pull that up on the screen, but we weren't prepared to do that. But we do, it's in the physical copy of the budget books that went out on Friday. And there's an FY22 appropriation column. And so we would be voting each of, not the bold numbers, but the non-bolded numbers. So we would be voting salary and operating for each of the departments working down the 2 pages.
What page did you say?
48 and 49 in your budget book. The only exception being that the education budget is as a bottom line and not as a...
That's the renew my license. Yeah. But they want like 100 different documents. You want to say they get a license?
Change it around so much.
Yeah, make sure I get mine 48. Yeah.
David Mills, if you're not muted, we can hear. I'm not sure if David can hear us, but he's off mute.
I can hear Steve.
Okay, good. All right.
Do you have an extra copy of that, Steve? I have page 46.
We have a few copies over here.
Thank you.
It's buried in there, Dan. You got it. Just a matter of all the switching around. You got
I know it.
It's in there, I know.
Can't find it.
I could find everything but that. Thank you very much.
The final 2 pages.
Yeah.
48, 49. Okay. So were you going to start on 49?
48.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, 48 is electric.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, my version is different. So go with your. Yes.
It's 49.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have a feeling that we're unanimous in support of this budget today. I mean, it's unusual other than past years, and we've isolated certain ones. So I'd like to see if we could ask if anyone has a question on any one of these budgets, because I'd be prepared just to vote it as presented.
I agree with you, but I do want to give the other members an opportunity to pull out anything specific if they wish. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to pull out the selectmen.
Legislative.
It says selectmen, page 49, the third item down. And I just want to voice my concern about giving ourselves an
Well, go
increase.
ahead, speak your mind.
So, I would be in support of this for future boards, which is to say, not the board members who are sitting now, but, some of you will be sitting for, well, actually, if I get reelected, I'll be sitting for 3 years and be the last of that group. I just think that after, because the election will happen in May, we'll have town meeting after that, for which this will be acted upon. And I don't mind the principle of giving the selectmen a raise. I just don't feel comfortable taking one as a board. We're voting our own raise in.
So they canceled the roundup.
And so, hey Dave, can you go on mute? We're having background noise. Thanks.
Okay, sorry.
So I wanted to see what what the temperature of the board was about this. If you guys want to go for it, that's fine. If we want to consider that, yes, we're not actually doing it to ourselves, we're sending a recommendation, that's fine. I would want to send this with a neutral recommendation, but I want to hear what the other members are going to be, and like Bill says, I can count to 3.
I'm going to vote in favor.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else wants to make a comment?
I'm prepared to
vote in favor, and at the same time, I don't believe that, I think guidance is correct, well, excuse me, I don't think we can lawfully vote our own raise, but even if we could, I would not be comfortable doing that. I also think that the chairman of the Board of Selectmen should receive a very greater than, a substantial stipend. I'm talking $15,000 or $20,000 minimum. And I think that the other members of the board should have more compensation in stipend for the amount of work that goes in, especially, and I watched Gardner being prepared hours after hours after hours for every meeting that we have. So I also think that there should be maybe a committee of 5 people appointed by the moderator to evaluate the stipend compensation paid to the select. But in the meanwhile, I guess I can vote to forward this to the Finance Committee, and that doesn't mean that what I think is better can't happen in the future. So I'm prepared to vote yes, but I hear Gardner, and I hope that you all hear me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We do hear you. Yes, the vote would be to send this to the Finance Committee for their discussion, to send it on to town meeting, who has the final say. Anyone else?
Maureen Bernard, I'm fine with keeping it the way it is, and it's not a lot of money, like we said. Put it towards our free cash fund. I mean, it's a little, but any expenses, maybe to any fees with the electric division or the schools, the technology, I'm fine. Whatever the will of the board is.
Okay. Is there any other, you want to make any comment, Bill?
The only comment I have right now is I'm not going to be affected by this, but I do think that the Board of Selectmen has been undercompensated for years, and I'll vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Are there any other line items that we'd like to take out for discussion? All right, I'll go start through, and we're going to vote on the entire appropriation. Do we need to read it like?
I'll make a motion that we vote the table of appropriations as on page 48 and 49 of our memo with all the departments as presented.
Thank you, and I'm just going to make a sidebar comment. It's page 49 and 49 the way it's printed.
Well, I got 48 and 49. I mean,
So it's 48 to 49, right, it's understood. It starts with education and it ends with?
The total operating budget of 121, 853, 945, I believe.
Correct. That's your motion.
Second.
Then there's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. It passes 5-0 to move to the FinCom with a favorable recommendation. Thank you all. Mr.
And
Manager?
the normal disclaimer applies at the end that as new information becomes available in the weeks ahead, we may be required to make minor adjustments, but the board will be made aware of any and all of those in fashion.
Good, thank you. I'd be surprised if there were none.
Correct.
Correct. So with that, Danvers, we thank you for tuning in. I thank the town meeting members that participated today and listened. Steve, you and your staff, thank you for preparing these documents. I know it takes a lot of, I assume it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of information in here, and everybody was able to stand by what was presented, and I appreciate that.
It is a lot of work, and it's a lot more people working on this than the ones who were in attendance today.
I'm sure.
A lot of staff at a lot of levels of the organization contribute to putting this together. So,
Very good.
appreciate the support.
With that, we'll adjourn, and we'll see you Tuesday night at 5, no, Tuesday at 6.